I think there are around 67 participants, around 65. I think we can start the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you can start with.
Yes. A pleasant good morning to all.
Good morning.
I, Madhuri V Kakde, Assistant Professor, Center for Textile Functions, been privileged to host an inaugural ceremony of 7th Management Development Program on Weft Knitting Technology Current Scenario, organized by SVCAMS NMIMS MPSTME Center for Textile Functions, Shirpur. We are honored to have with us
Yes.
Chairman of the program,
Group I
respected
had sent.
Dr. Akshay Manotra Sir, Director NMIMS, respected Dr. Arup
मीटिंग का एक मैंने भेजा था, याद है? I am connecting this Zoom से join किया हुआ है.
I request all the participants to please submit yourself. We are honored to have with us Chairman of the program, respected Dr. Akshay Manotra Sir, Director NMIMS, respected Dr. Arup Sir, Associate Dean Center for Textile Functions, eminent expert speakers from the leading textile industries, Mr. Suresh Patil, Head Operations Super Exports, Ichalkaranji, Kolhapur, Mr. Arvind D Kate, General Manager, Technical, Sara Textiles Limited, Nadu, and from Institute we have Dr. Southern Ray, Professor, University of Calcutta, and Dr. Manisha A Hira, Assistant Professor, Textile Manufacturers Department, VJTI, Mumbai, and various distinguished guests. On the behalf of Center for Textile Functions, I extend my heartiest welcome to all the dignitaries, participants, colleagues, and my dear students in the 7th series of Management Development Program. The need for speed and the need for comfort have together made way for comfort here. And today, satisfying the comfort needs of customers, the knitwear industry in India has protected the shape of holistic growth. There is an ever-increasing demand for knitted fabrics in apparels and industrial applications. One of the prime reasons for this brilliant growth of the knitwear industry is the preferences of the new generation. The industries are gearing up for bigger hit in the Indian apparel industry due to the better stretchability, design versatility, soft touch and feel factors. A large number of structures and materials are continuously being developed to meet the requirements for technical applications, on which distinguished industry speakers and the professors will share their valuable knowledge with us in today's MDP program. The expert sessions are scheduled from 10 a.m. to 1:15 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. followed by the concluding session. Participants' feedback and photo times. So I request all to be with us in the program. Now, I would like to request our beloved Dr. Arup Sir of the meeting for the inaugural address. Please, sir.
Arup Rakshit sir, sir, your mic is off.
Good morning. Thank you, Madhuri, for your introduction. And I'd like to welcome all of you, respected Director Sir of the campus, Dr. Akshay Manotra Sir. A couple of our distinguished speakers have also joined. I would like to request Dr. to put your video on. Professor Roy has also joined. Professor Southern Roy, sir, if you are listening to me, kindly put your video on so that we can see. Yeah. So once again, good morning to all of you and warm welcome for today's MDP, Management Development Program. It's a process. This is the 7th in the series of Management Development Programs organized by CTF NMIMS Shirpur campus. Today's topic is on the knitting. All textile persons, we are familiar with the two variations of knitted process. One is warp knitting and the other is the weft knitting. Today's program is concentrated more or focused on weft knitting only. because warp knitting is a process where we have a large gamut of the area or the products, I could say, which can take a little more time to cover. So therefore, we have thought that the warp knitting we have kept reserved for another session of MDP. And this particular session is oriented towards weft knitting process. Knitted garments and knitting is something, a process which you are always associated with day in, day out. And majority of these wearables are weft knitted products. So we have tried to address this particular product group, or we can say the value chain in the textile value chain, and identifying various aspects of knitted materials broadly, the quality aspects, design aspects, market. And this market reminds me to talk about the place called Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, which is basically the capital of knitwear in India, both for the domestic market as well as export market. The processing of the majority of these knitwear products also being done at the northern part of the country, surprisingly. Ludhiana and allied areas, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, these areas are more focused for processing the garments, knitted garments. Tirupur too. So we have with us the speakers from various locations. The GM Technical Sara Textiles from Noida, and Head Operations Super Exports Ichalkaranji, Mr. Suresh Patil, who will talk about the market potential. Mr. Patil is basically a person from Tirupur who is fully aware about the Tirupur's activity, the potential, the development of that particular industry segment over a couple of decades. So it will be a pleasure for us to listen from him. Besides design aspects from our colleague and Asst Professor in the Department of CTF, Madam Madhuri Kakde, who is the coordinator for this particular session. Madam Dr Manisha A Hira from VJTI will talk about what is that? Quality requirements for knitted fabrics. So, and Professor S.C. Roy, who is dealing with the knitting, the subject over the last nearly 40 years in the University of Calcutta. He is also will be a presenter at the end of our today's program. With all this small introduction, I'd like to put forward to Madhuri Madam to take the program ahead. Thank you once again and welcome in this program of Management Development Program on Knitting, Weft Knitting, current scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for encouraging all our participants with your valuable words. Now, I would like to invite most distinguished personality, our dear respected Dr. Akshay Malhotra, sir, to deliver Chairman address. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to all of you. And like Dr. Akshit said, this is the 7th event in a series of MDPs that we are organizing with the help of our friends from industry. Now, we, like every time, I must say, we have a very distinguished lineup of gathering of speakers. This time also, both from industry as well as from academics. A very warm welcome to all of you. And all of you must be knowing, at least I'm hearing this complaint from industry ever since I was a student, actually. And then you hear it more often once you come into academics, that we want industry ready people, right? Training deni padti hai, sab karna padta hai, and somehow industry expects us to generate industry ready, give them industry ready students from day one on the job. And then we are the ones who tell industry, I'll tell you what we guys say sitting on this side. The only time that we see you guys is for placements. Right? If you want industry ready people, then it's high time that you start contributing more. So what has happened, at least in my experiences, and I'm sure many of us have had this common experience, becomes a chicken and the egg problem we have made, because still industry has the same complaint, we have the same answer. I don't think we have moved ahead much. So with this spirit in mind, we thought let's do something and let's make a difference in this regard. Now, Shirpur, as all of you already know, apart from being a home to our school, CTF, which was established in 2007, also is home to an entire textile park. Right? So our students, I'm glad to say, actually use the industries for their practicals. And in the next 1 year, they are going to be moving right very low, next door to the industry. The entire school is going to be shifted. Plus, textile is a field, and here I must make a disclaimer. I'm not from the field of textile. I don't have a background in textile. But our associate dean for the center, CTF, Dr. Akshit, and we are fortunate to have him. He has over 35 years of experience in textiles. So every time I talk to him, I learn something new about textiles. So from my own general knowledge, I knew, I have an interest in finance and all, that the future of this field is actually, I mean, it's always been, it's been a made in India field. IT वगैरह की तरह नहीं है कि पहले बाहर हुआ फिर हमने copy paste कर दिया. This is actually a very Indian field, giving employment to so much of manpower, and the future is looking so bright. I think not a week goes by until we don't hear about that government has put in so much money under a PLI scheme or something like that. Plus, this field is really going to be impacted by technology in the coming days. So all the more need for a forum like this. And why I mentioned Dr. Akshit was during my last discussion with him, I think which happened last week, I came to know that the opportunities for entrepreneurship that are present in this field, I mean, I can't think of a field that rivals textile in this regard. Again, speaking from a broad sense, what makes this field different, textiles, and what makes this MDP different, that I have not seen cooperation by industry for an effort like this for any other school in my entire career. The way industry has come forward, I mean, every month, and this happens, Dr. Akshit, I think we hold it in the last week of every month, and we have been doing it for the last 7 months.
Yes, sir.
I mean, pretty much the who's who of textile industry is here, right, every month to discuss a cutting edge topic. And we have participation from government institutes, for people in industry, our own students. I mean, everyone comes out a winner. That's the beauty of this. So today is no different, right? And so one side advantage is I read a note before every session. So I get to know a little bit more about textile industry. Today I came to know about knitting a little bit. Weft technology, समझना पड़ेगा. I'll be क्या कहते हैं, very open about it. But in this spirit, I wish you all the best. I wish all the participants, all the speakers, all the best for this entire day-long event. And God willing, fourth wave nahi aayega. And one of these months, this meeting will be having an offline mode. And we would love to host all of you on our campus. And this is an open invitation to all our guests. With this, let's begin. Thanks for having me over here. And good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. We are always motivated by your inspiring words to achieve even greater heights. Sir, shall we start for the first session?
We have one special invitees talk something like that. Is he there on the line to know?
No, sir. Actually, Deshpande sir will join within 10 minutes.
Okay.
He is in traveling. That's why.
Okay. So let us start with the first session right away. No problem.
Yes, sir. Before proceeding towards the first technical session, I would like to introduce expert Mr. Suresh Patil, sir. Sir, just a minute. Mr. Deshpande, sir, I think to join.
Okay. So let him speak now.
Sir, I think there is network issue from Deshpande's side. Sir, shall we start for the first session, sir?
Please, please. Go ahead with let us start with the first session. If Mr. Patil is ready, then we can start with the first session.
I think Patil sir is. Shall we proceed for the next session? Dr. Manisha ma'am.
Ask her.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Madhuri ma'am.
Good morning. I think there was.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, before proceeding towards the first technical session, I would like to introduce Dr. Manisha A Hira, Assistant Professor, Textile Manufacturing Department, VJTI, Mumbai. Dr. Manisha Hira ma'am is a textile technologist working as Assistant Professor in the Textile Manufacturing Department, VJTI, Mumbai. Her 2 decade experience in the field of textiles encompasses a 16-year-long career as a senior scientist with Sasmira, Mumbai for research and development in technical textiles and teaching and training in textile technology. She has been involved in intensive research related to process standardization, product development, testing and instrumentation for textile applications. Dr. Hira ma'am holds the doctorate in textile engineering from VJTI, Mumbai. She also has the postgraduate diploma in management with specialization in human resource from IGNOU. Till date, she has more than 40 publications to her credit. She has authored a chapter on testing of technical textiles in the book Progress of Textiles, Volume 4, IFAL publication. She has a patent in the area of textile instrumentation to her credit. I would like to invite Dr. Manisha ma'am to start the expert session. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice introduction. I'm rather privileged to start the session, and that too the topic of quality requirements for knitted fabrics.
Recording in progress.
What brought me close as a textile technologist to knitted materials are the simplicity of developing them. Of course, I have my teachers and experienced industry friends in this meet, definitely. But importance of knitted textiles has grown with time, and that seems good with the simplicity that the structures are and the advantages they give. Now, advantages and productivity at one end, but quality needs to be maintained. So we begin this session with the importance of quality requirements and how we manage with knitting.
Yes, please continue, ma'am.
Yeah, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just go to the slideshow. So, coming to our topic, that is quality requirements for knitted fabrics. Uh, we begin this topic with considering the importance of knitted garments and fabrics as such. So, if we talk about the consumers today, they need comfort, which is a priority, plus fashion and style. And this has been a most upcoming demand of the apparel market. And we are fortunate that knitted fabrics are able to meet these requirements of the consumer as regards comfort, ease of care, softer feel, good draping qualities, which makes them most suitable for popularity. So the last important characteristic which makes it comfortable for the users is the elasticity, which is measured or quantified using the bursting strand method. So these few are the quantifying parameters for knitted fabrics. Now we draw closer to our topic as to how do we achieve the desired quality in knitted fabrics. So if we talk about the factors affecting the fabric quality in knitting, there will be basically two categories of materials, which is raw material
तो connect नहीं झालंय.
and the other is knitting process parameters. Now, under raw materials, we have two basic things. Raw material as such is the quality of the feed material, which is our yarn, and also how we control the feeding of yarn. So, yarn feeding control. So, these are the two basic criteria which control the raw material management in relation to fabric quality. And the other part is the design or the process parameters on knitting. So in this, when we talk about knitting process parameters, the structural parameters of the fabric that is to be knitted, that means the loop length and its tightness factors are important. And other are the mechanical operations of the machines, which is positive yarn feeding, which is important, and also the takedown tension of the fabric. So these few parameters together control the knitted fabric output. Now, with this brief outline, we move on to the first important parameter which influences fabric quality, that is raw material, and that too yarn quality. So under raw material management, as we said, yarn quality and yarn feed control are both important. So how does yarn quality impact the knitted fabric quality? So yarn quality is a prerequisite to a defect-free knitted fabric, as we all understand. This is the input material that we are feeding. And for your knitted fabrics, it's a wide variety of feed yarns we have. We have spun yarns, which could be cotton spun, worsted spun woolen yarns, polyester cotton blends. We could have multi-filament textured yarns. We could have coarse spun yarns. We could have fancy yarns. So a wide variety of feed yarns go into the manufacturing of knitted textiles. And these yarns are primarily characterized with help of yarn count, yarn evenness, yarn twist, appearance, yarn elasticity, and friction. So these yarn quality parameters impact the quality of knitted fabric. Now let's see one by one the impact of these yarn quality parameters on knitted fabric structures. So the basic parameter of a yarn, that is its fineness or yarn count as we call, is closely related to the machine gauge. Now yarn count in an indirect system, as we talk about any or worsted count, all, we may understand that the diameter of yarn is inversely proportional to the count. Now, this diameter should be such that it is less than half the pitch of the knitting machine. Now, what dictates the pitch? It is the gauge of the machine or the needle density per inch. So, higher the gauge, that means the pitch is smaller. That means you need finer yarn to run this knitting machine. So diameter is definitely half the pitch to work smoothly on a knitting machine. This brings us to the relationship between yarn count and machine gauge, which is yarn count is proportional to the machine gauge square. Now, scientists have worked out relationship between this yarn count and the machine gauge and fixed the constants. As we see in circular knitting machine, single bed, the yarn count, optimal yarn count could be calculated with machine gauge squared by 20. Similarly, for double bed rib structures, it is machine gauge square by 6, and for double bed interlock, it is machine gauge square by 9.6. Similarly, on flat bed, you have single bed machine wherein the ideal yarn count could be estimated by machine gauge square by 50, while on double bed, we have machine gauge square by 12.5. This gives us an optimal range of yarn count to be run on a particular gauge of knitting machine. However, the variation in the yarn count should be within limits to prevent faults in knitted fabrics. Now, gradually, as we move further with the discussion and see the various knitted faults, we would realize the impact of variation in the diameter of yarn on the quality of knitted fabric. Now, as we stressed upon, that count is important and also the variation in count should be limited or within limits. Similarly, another measure of yarn count variation or diameter variation in the yarn is the evenness of the yarn. So this is more specific to our staple yarn more than the filament yarn. A yarn with poor evenness will have thick and thin places along the yarn length, and an even uniform yarn will have little variation in mass or thickness along the length. So it is also known what will happen with this variation is the thinner places would tend to accumulate the twist, which will further lead to irregularity in the linear density in the yarn. And such irregularity in the diameter of the yarn will also impact the strength of the yarn. This variation directly will have a bearing on your knitted fabric quality and appearance. Yes. So, we discussed about the yarn count or the linear density, then the evenness, then the most important is the yarn twist. Now, yarn twist has an impact on the diameter of the yarn, which we understand. Also, not just the diameter, the twist influences the torque in the yarn, which impacts the snarling behavior in the yarn. Variation in the twist could lead to skewedness in the knitted fabrics. This skewed defect in the knitted fabric is what we'll be discussing towards the end of our session. So, the twist direction, the amount of twist in the yarn, both impact the quality of the knitted fabric, and non-uniform or variation in the twist could lead to defects in the knitted fabrics. Now, further, the yarns in knitted structure are intermeshed or interlooped. There is lot of yarn friction at play, which makes it important to study the yarn friction, which has impact on the quality of knitted fabrics. Higher friction will give higher tension in the yarn. When the knitting tension is greater than the yarn strength, it could lead to breaks and cause a fabric fault. In practice, yarn friction can be reduced by using lubricants, or applying some wax to the yarn could reduce two parameters. One is friction and also the hairiness in the yarn, which is not to be ignored. So, coefficient of friction can be reduced nearly by 50% if we have a good waxed yarn. Now, to consolidate our discussion on the first factor that impacts knitted fabric quality, we could say yarn quality in terms of fineness, twist, strength, coefficient of friction, hairiness, evenness, extensibility all impact the knitted fabric in terms of their feel, appearance, and elasticity. Now, significantly, the fineness and the twist impact the feel of the knitted fabrics, whereas strength, coefficient of friction have moderately significant impact on the feel and appearance. Hairiness has a very significant impact on the appearance of knitted fabric. So is the evenness of the yarn or uniformity of the yarn, which impacts the appearance of the fabric. Extensibility of the yarn impacts its elasticity. So this way we come to the end of the first factor that impacts the knitted fabric quality. The next is how well we are feeding the yarn or raw material, how well we control. So yarn tension before and after the yarn feeder is important to regulate the knitting tension, and this would create a uniform, if regulated within the variation, would lead to a uniform knitted fabric structure being developed. Similarly, not just feeding of the yarn, but yarn take-up tension should also be as low as possible to avoid snagging of the fabric. Drawing in of the yarn at the cylinder and the dial. In knitting, a larger distance between the cylinder and the dial gives greater chance of obtaining a loosely knitted fabric. And also the height of the dial. The tightest setting should be set between the cylinder and the dial to ensure the fabric is freely passing through without being torn. So this brings us to the end of the first prime criteria, that is raw material management. Now we move on to the second important parameter which impacts the knitted fabric quality, which is the process parameters at knitting. Now, amongst the process parameters that we would be considering, first is the loop length, positive feeding of the yarn, the knitting tension, the tightness factor in the structure, and the takedown tension for the fabric. So coming to the loop length. Now loop length is defined as the amount of yarn used per unit of loop. And how do we calculate it? Is the length of the course divided by the number of loops in it gives the length of one loop. Now loop length is absolute quantity for any knitted fabric and is directly related to the loop density. So this dictates you the stitch density. So stitch density is inversely related to the loop length. It impacts the loop length in general, impacts the stitch density, fabric weight, panel length, tightness of the structure, fabric width, and dimensional stability. Now, in general, we could say stitch density, tightness factor, weight, thickness are all inversely proportional to the length of loop length in the knitted fabric. Now, effective and reliable control of loop length is important, and this can be done by positive yarn feeding systems. So, it leads to the next important factor for controlling fabric quality is positive feeding system for knitting. So, the positive feeding system would give better control on the delivery of the yarn to the needle rather than needle pulling the yarn, which is a negative method. The yarn requisite length would be delivered to the needle, having better control on the loop length. Positive feeders aim to control the fabric quality by making the course length align with the desired yarn delivery speed. The feed system herein comprises of a servo-controlled yarn delivery drum, which is used in the conjunction with yarn tension transducer. So at one end, you check upon the yarn tension and you regulate the rate of feed of the yarn to precisely deliver the length of the yarn to the knitting zone. Now, few of the systems in this are quite similar to our shuttleless weaving, wherein you have feeder. The yarn that is delivered under regulated tension is coiled on the feeder and stored and gradually delivered in the knitting zone. So the impact of variation in the feed diameter or the package diameter will also be minimized, and regulated prerequisite length of yarn for the loops would be fed. Now in this, we have had a few developments in knitting machine like DSCS, which is a passive mechanical control system, and improvisation of which is IDSCS plus DTC, which has capability of actively controlling yarn feed in both feed and retrieval directions as necessary. So this variable electronic control brings the control on tension of the yarn. The consequence is you can use wide variety of yarns for knitting and without much impact on the quality or rate of feeding of the yarn to the knitting zone. The next factor, which is our positive feeding, was trying to control the knitting tension, but knitting tension needs to be controlled to control the quality of the knitted fabric as such. So loop length, which is inversely proportional to knitting tension, by carefully controlling the knitting tension, the variation in loop length can be minimized and quality of knitted fabric could be improved. A few of our positive feeding methods try to overcome this variation in knitting tension. Now, what leads to variation in knitting tension is while we are feeding the yarn, unwinding of yarn from the package, that means the shoulder of the package and the base of the package also have variation in tension. So yarn knitting tension changes during the unwinding process as the yarn is pulled from top of the package layer by layer. So as the yarn is being unwound, there will be periodic variation in the tension, which should be minimized by feeder control or storage of the yarn on the drum. Then you have second variation in knitting tension arising from the package size itself or the package diameter. It constantly changes from full size to empty package while unwinding of the yarn. The yarn unwinding tension changes upon the package diameter. Now, unwinding from a full size package will have less tension, while on a near empty package, this would have a very high tension. So this needs to be regulated by tension control devices. Then last factor of the feed package, that is the package density, also impacts the yarn tension. As the yarn is being unwound, it will have direct relationship on the package density. Unwinding yarn from a high density package, higher friction between the coils will be produced, resulting in higher unwinding tension. The next factor is your fabric design factor, which is the tightness factor. It is defined as the ratio of area covered by the yarn in one loop to the area occupied by that loop. Now, this tightness factor is a function of the count of the yarn and the stitch length. When the yarn is finer than usual, knitted fabric is tighter or the tightness factor increases as the yarn count is finer. So this influences the tightness factor of the yarn. Now, the last factor in knitting process, which is the takedown tension of the fabric from the knitting zone. The takedown tension can materially affect the dimension of knitted fabric, and so also the quality of the fabric will deteriorate if this is excessive. An excessive high takedown tension would induce undesirable stretching and resulting in a narrower fabric with lower forces per unit length. If the knitted fabric is temporarily stretched, it would lead to time for relaxation and it regaining its dimension. So it could lead to a sag in the fabric, which is not acceptable, or a wavy structure in the fabric. Now, to regulate this takedown tension, Shimasaki has a fabric takedown tension which is With help of takedown combs, a fully active row of setup needles is used. Their compound release mechanism offers complete, reliable, and snag-free release. Also, they have a new computerized pull-down system which consists of front and rear panels over which tiny pins are distributed for separately controlling the pull-down tension for the front and back when knitting the whole garment knitwear. So these are few developments in the machine parts to reduce or regulate the takedown tension. Now, with this, we come to the end of parameters that influence the quality of knitted fabrics, and nevertheless, we want to reduce defects and improvise the quality in the fabric. So let us see what are the knitting defects that we come across. Broadly, there could be two categories of knitting defects. One is bands and streaks and other is stitch defects. Now they can be broadly classified as bands and streaks could be bare effect, screwing, bowing, stop marks, needle line. These are few which are mostly related to your yarn tension and quality of the yarn or input material. Now, the defects related to the process parameter, which are stitch defects, they are drop stitch, cloth press off, puckered, or hole or crack in the fabric, tucking in, or floats that we come across in the fabric. So these are broadly the classification of defects in knitting. Now we would see one by one what are the causes, what are these defects exactly, what causes them, and what are the remedies towards it. Now, coming to the first effect, which is more related to the yarn quality, which is bare effect. Bare effect has appearance of a stripe or a shaded edge. This is what is kind of a bare effect. You see a running stripe or a line across the width of the material. Now what causes this effect is there could be an optical or a dye difference in the yarn which could lead to this impact, or you may have some count mixing or variation in fiber properties which could lead to such a defect, or the variation in the knitting tension which could lead to unevenness in the yarn. So all this could result in a stripe or a bare effect on the fabric. Remedies towards this are stock yarn should be properly and carefully labeled to avoid mix-ups. Inventory should be controlled on first in first out basis, which inevitably would prevent the mix-up of the yarns. All equipment should be properly maintained and periodically checked to avoid variation in tension, and also check the bare effect of sample dyeing before you actually begin the full-scale production. So this is, rather than having the entire lot projected, develop a sample with the dyed yarn to see whether you are getting such defect. Now the second is skewing. Skewing can be defined as a condition which would occur when the knitted veils or courses are angularly displaced. So instead of being perpendicular, you see them slightly drifted towards one side or angularly displaced to the perpendicular angle. Now what causes this is the high twist level in the yarn, which would exhibit inherent torsion energy in the yarn. As a result, there will be greater tendency of the yarn to untwist and ruffle towards one side, which causes this knarling. Now, remedies for this are you normally use Z-twisted yarn for anti-clockwise rotation so that the level of spirality would be reduced. Similarly, to overcome the effect of twist, rather than having a single yarn with S or Z twist, run plied or double yarn, they are bound to have balanced twist and would have lesser squeeze on the fabric. The third defect that we see in the knitted fabrics is the bow effect, which is observed when the coastline forms an arc. Instead of in skewing, we had one side angular drift or a slight tilt towards one end. Rather, in bowing, we have a curve formation. Now, this is not because of the twist, rather, this is caused by faulty take-up mechanism on the knitting machine or incorrect feeding of the material to the finishing process, which causes this arch kind of. The entire course would have a curved appearance, which is called bow. Now, the next defect is the needle line. Again, you have a kind of straight line in the wheel direction, which is hampering the appearance of a normal smooth fabric structure. So needle line is addressed as a vertical crack that you would see from the adjacent wheels. So these are normally running, whereas this you see as a distortion in the vertical line. So what causes this needle crack is the needle movement due to tight fit in its slot or a defective sinker, or you may have misaligned or broken needles which produce this distorted stitch. Now, with this, we come to the end of the first variety of defects, which are more stripe or a line across the surface of the fabric. Now we go to the process parameter related defects in the knitted fabrics, which are like dropped stitches. So, few of the stitches are lost. The yarn carrier failed to set a proper feed and the needle could not gather it. A missed stitch or drop stitch would lead to such kind of defect. Now, what causes this is improper setting of the yarn feeder or insufficient yarn tension. Needle fails to pick up the yarn or the yarn is not properly fed by the feeder. So, remedy to this is adjust the yarn feeder delivery or increase in the yarn tension should be adjusted. So, this would avoid the dropping off of stitches or missing stitches. Now, next shabby defect of a knitted fabric could be the cloth press off, this kind of major defect. This defect results from broken yarn coming in the way of knitting needles during knitting. Press off often occurs when accidentally the yarn breakages occur. The method to prevent this press off is maintain smooth yarn path from the comb to the knitting needles, and in double jersey machines, the problem or the extent of the defect can be reduced by alternate needles having alternate feeding so that the impact does not come on the broken yarn to the knitted fabrics. Now, the next is puckering or puckered effect on the knitted fabric. Now, this puckering is characterized by a wavy appearance. When the fabric is kept in relaxed manner, you see waviness or crumpledness on the fabric surface. But this defect is called puckering. Now, it is difficult to detect such a defect normally on your inspection machine when the fabric is under roller tension. So under tension or stretch, such waviness would not be visible. However, in under relaxed condition, you could see this waviness or uneven surface appearance. It is usually due to uneven stitches, stitch distortion, or even yarn's relaxation and shrinkage, which could lead to such waviness in the fabric. Now, the next defect is large holes or cracks in the fabric. Large holes could be caused by weak place in the yarn, resulting in yarn breaking, leading to a hole formation, or there could be small holes which would result even from broken yarn or a knot or a splice. Since the yarn end with the knot sits tightly in the last stitch, you may have a hole created. So this defect is again not acceptable. Then you have tucking. It appears as a small aperture occurring occasionally in a veil. So a tucking is a small aperture. That means the loop is misplaced or tucked in at other end. It is generally caused by unintentional tucking or malfunctioning of needle with two small distorted stitches side by side. So instead of one loop, you may have two loops together and the adjacent loop would be distorted, which leads to tucking. The reason for incorrect dial setting could be one of the cause for such tucking effect. If the dial is set too high, the dial needles do not support the fabric, which then pulls the fabric up. Tucking in is also caused by incorrect feeding during finishing. Now, the next or the last defect that we talk about is a float. Float is defined as the length of yarn extending unbound over number of ways. So you have a large length this is a float. This is caused by missed stitches, which could be due to either failure of one or more needles to raise to catch the yarn, or the yarn may be prematurely casting off from the knitting elements. So this is basically an impact of improper setting or feeding of the yarn, which leads to a large number of missed stitches over the course, causing a float. Now, all said and done, we have gone through the various defects which could be due to your improper feed material or could be due to misaligned tension or setting parameters on the knitting machine. But we cannot wait for the DOF to come and then we judge whether the lot is acceptable within the acceptable limits, and the rectification or the inspection process may yield to lot of rejects. So what we want is something like online monitoring system. So you may have process control on the machine which may be passive kind, like needle detector, which would find closed latches for rising needles, or you may have yarn breakage detectors on the knitting machine so that broken yarns could be detected and the machine could be stopped to rectify. Now these are the traditional devices which can detect and count the number of yarn faults and prevent them from occurring to improve the product quality. Now, by online system, the current development is on the running machine. If you could identify and you have a close control system which could rectify your process parameters so that the rectification or corrective action could lead to better quality of the fabric output. So few of those online monitoring systems are One is the online monitoring and control of knitting parameters, a program which could display your input yarn tension, speed of knitting machine, yarn delivery speed, yarn consumption per course, also fabric production in kgs and the tightness factor and loop length. So all these parameters are being reflected, and there is a close control loop for adjustment and monitoring of the variation in these parameters so that there is less of the defect or damage on the fabric output. The next amongst this is the fabric image acquisition system, which is samples of different knitted defects are acquired by image capture equipment. They are sensed and translated into a digital image. They can be analyzed by processing technique to reflect the knitted faults and defects. The defects can be analyzed, and further you could filter and identify the causes for rectification. Now, Mayor has MCPATIC quality monitoring system which uses computer controlled adjustment and process control braking system installed on knitting machine. It is a monitoring system for setting and altering the yarn delivery and tension. Yet another automation in these knitting machines is for sampling, which is called Starfish. It is a computer program that resembles a simulator. It models the influence of major variables in production and processing of a circular knitted cotton fabric and calculates their effect on the final properties for the finished fabric. So these are few of the software control systems which could help in regulating the quality of knitted fabrics. All said and done, we could say, to summarize, that control of raw material quality and knitting parameters is important for obtaining a quality knitted fabric. A better way to improve the quality of knitted fabric is to monitor the important knitting parameters and process interference in real time to apply countermeasures when deviations are identified. With this, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience and technical details on each and every process parameters regarding the quality aspects of web knitting and sparing the valuable time with us. All participants definitely benefited with your expert session. Now we will move to the questions from the audience and the discussion session. There is a question in the chat box from
Yeah.
Shiv Prasad sir. He asked that how can we achieve the better pilling resistance in the knitted fabric made with man-made cellulosic materials without affecting the handle properties of the fabric?
So mostly in man-made cellulosic fabric, pilling has been a persistent effect which we come across, but this can be regulated with some finishes or with controlling the twist in the yarn, basic yarn structure itself, which is like playing with the yarn structure and twist, which could reduce the hairiness and the pilling tendency.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question from the sir. That you have explained about the Shimasaki pattern of takedown system. That system is for circular knitting machine or for the flat knitting machine?
It is for the circular knitting machine. For flat knitting machine also there are servo controlled electronic systems to reduce the takedown tension and the impact on the fabric.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our special invitee, Mr. Deshpande sir, is here with us. Before proceeding toward the second technical session, I would like to request Mr. Deshpande sir to say few words. Deshpande sir, am I audible, sir?
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir, you are
I'm
audible.
Deshpande. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. I request all of the reverend people who are going to have your lecture, particularly from the ma'am and all the institute senior people. I'm sorry I could not join because I was already doing some appointment. Thank you. The case is that I hope all the students have in Shirpur have visited the old knitting plant in Priyadarshini. Is it? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, please continue, sir.
I'm asking questions to the students who have they visited the Priyadarshini plant in knitting section. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You are audible.
Students are there,
I'm
but they are not
asking
responding.
everybody.
They are not responding, sir. We used to send our
The
students for
question is,
meeting.
I'm assuming they have visited the knitting plant and they have seen that. I just want, basically I'm not a knitting man, but I would definitely like to add one important note, and that in the fleece fabric, which is there is a very part of it. As the GSM goes up, in the processing, your orifice of the machine has to be larger than the what is required for single jersey or double jersey, or for that matter, rib fabric. As we enter in the as we enter in the fleece fabric section, the GSM already goes above, as I already have discussed with you. One of the part which is required for soft flow is the orifice has to be bigger, and secondly, the yarn required for all this hosiery has to be of a low TPA and of a very good fiber length, made from the very good fiber length. That is what I wanted to contribute, and I'm very much thankful for you all people for inviting me. Unfortunately, I had already had a meeting with some different guest dignitaries. I once again feel sorry and apologize for I could not attend the reverend speakers. And thank you all.
Thank you,
Hello.
sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs.
I'm not able to listen to you. Okay, Mr. Kate, I think will take over, and I wish best luck for all the future lectures. I will try to see that at 2 o'clock I will listen to the next session. By then I will be able to finish the
I am also viewer. Thank you very much. Thank you much, Deshpande sir.
Hello. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Now, before proceeding towards the second technical session, I would like to introduce expert Mr. Suresh Patil, Head Operations, Super Exports, Ichalkaranji, Kolhapur. Sir, postgraduated in MTech Textile Technology with distinction from Osmania University, Hyderabad, and did MBA Marketing in 2000 from Nashik University, Maharashtra, and graduated BTech in Textile Chemistry with distinction top rank in 1996 from VJTI, Ichalkaranji. Sir has reached experience of 20 plus years in top companies like West Coast Industries, Tirupur, GTN Industries, Hyderabad, Popis Knitwear Private Limited, Tirupur, Katpar Textile India Limited Bangalore, MP Shan Textile Tirupur, and the Bombay Dyeing and Manufacturing Limited Mumbai. He started his career from 1997 in the Bombay Dyeing and Manufacturing Limited Mumbai, then associated with the West Coast Industries Limited Tirupur as Assistant Processing Manager. Sir headed the knits processing plant of knitted qualities of 100% cotton, viscose model, cotton model blended, cotton spandex blended as a general manager at LG Processing Private Limited Tirupur. Sir promoted to Deputy General Manager in Qatar Textile India Private Limited Bangalore, UK base. Sir associated with the Poppies Knitwear Tirupur as a Vice President, Processing and Fabrics Technical Head. Presently, Sir working as a Head Operations Super Exports, Ichalkaranji, Kolhapur. Super Exports is in the business of knitted fabrics and garment exports and started technical consulting in knits wet processing from couple of years. Sir has done inventions on eco-friendly sulfur dyeing, replacement of carcinogenic sodium sulfide, and has won patent on his name on radiation shielding fabric in USA. Sir has presented papers and projects in various national conferences and published research articles in reputed journals. Such an eminent personality is with us today for the expert session. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Patil, sir, to start the first expert session. Please, sir.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
am I audible to anyone?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Is it
sir.
okay?
You are audible.
Hello, madam, is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. First of all, my great apology for everyone because I could not, cope up with the time for the first session. There was some technical problem with the laptop. So I'm really, just please accept my apologies and then we'll start for the session. So I thanks to Madhuri Kakde madam for this.
Yes, sir. Your voice is not properly audible.
Meeting Hello.
Yes, sir. Now it is perfect.
Yeah. I am sorry. I'm sorry. So thank you, Madhuri madam, for just helping me bit off, and thank you, Sujit sir, for helping me to get yesterday for the trial and all, for the connections and all. So let me start the session. Since, as you understand, I'm the person from the industry, and we have a very good technical session just before from Hira madam. So thank you, madam. It was a very good technical session, a deep technical session for the knitting, which is very essential and which was very useful for the students and as well as for the industry people. So let me start with my session, which is totally, it's like a business oriented. It is not fully technical. I'm going to share with you my views, which I gained in Tirupur from last 15 years. So now just a couple of years, I'm back to Ichalkaranji. So whatever I understand as a Tirupur, and as madam suggested me, just sir, you have been spent much time in the Tirupur. So better you have just give the light on the Tirupur area. So instead of hammering more on the technicals to the students and as well as the industrials, let us go with that. So I'll share the screen with you. my meetings called. Sorry, yeah. हो मी कट करतोय तू फक्त हे बघून घे कॉल सिद्धार्थ and just tell him what he wants to just go to that. मला हे ओपन होत नाही just I'm getting some problem. Okay, let me see one second. I'm sorry, I'm getting some disturbance in network, so it is getting delayed.
Hello, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, there is a slideshow.
Yeah, I understood.
yeah,
You just
yeah.
told me yesterday.
Yes.
I don't know, it's not working.
First, you have to close this.
Close this down, sir. Yeah, slideshow
From beginning.
from beginning.
Yeah, sorry. Yesterday we did this.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's correct now. Okay.
Done, sir.
Just a bit network issues, so please bear with me. Oh. Just give me one more minute.
Sir, if you don't mind, can you send me the PPT so that I can share it from my end? Actually, your internet connectivity is also a little bit slow.
Okay. We'll try once again, sir. One
Yes, sir.
moment, and then we'll
Yes, sir.
stop with this.
Yes, sir.
It was still okay till the last session. The net was perfect. Or shall I start with the beginning again?
Sir, we have to close this PowerPoint, and again click on the file.
Yeah, I think it is open 2-3 times. Wait a minute, sir. I will do it. Yeah.
Slideshow.
Now add a new share.
Sir, I can see your screen.
You can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then no, wait a minute, sir. It will happen now. Okay.
Click on enable editing.
इथपर्यंत ठीक आहे. Is it okay? I don't know what this is coming in between.
close this window and click on the enable editing.
Yeah, that's correct. I'll just move this down. Trying to do that.
Just about to activate the enable editing is there.
Sir, here please click.
Mic is muted. Mic is muted.
हॅलो सर, तुमचं माईक बंद आहे. हॅलो.
आता सगळं
Yes.
झालंय का? Is it
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, let's go. हे थोडं बघ. Yeah, so finally we are there. Okay, thank you for bearing with me, sir. Just the door close for me. So hi everyone once again, and sorry for this 5 minutes what I taken from you. So just today we'll have a discussion on the glance on Weft Knitted fabric, potentials of Tirupur, which is especially I've been asked to do that, and importance of quality aspects, but there has been no remove now because knitting aspects Hira ma'am already has taken care, so I have eliminated this. Unfortunately, there was some problem with my PowerPoint today, so I have made it a little bit faster again. So I think you bear with me. If anything is there, just let me know. Thank you. So today we will discuss measure on the Weft Knitted fabric, where it stands for, difference
Sir,
between the.
excuse me, sir. Actually, the PowerPoint is not visible to us. We can see you, but the PPT is not in front of us.
Is it? मैं आणखी एकदा screen share करतो 1 minute. So
Yes,
screen share करतो once again. Screen share होत आहे?
स्क्रीन शेअर आलं सर. पॉवर पॉइंट कुठे आहे? खाली दिसत नाहीये टास्क बार मध्ये. नाही, त्याला मिनिमाइज करा सर. झूम मीटिंगला मिनिमाइज करून घ्या. इथून मिनिमाइज करून घ्या. ओके. आता तुमचं हे सगळं मिनिमाइज करा. डेस्कटॉप वरनं तुमचं पॉवर पॉइंट ओपन करा.
Yes.
होते बरोबर? Are you getting now?
Yes, sir.
Slide show.
साढ़े 12 के बाद क्या हो गया इधर?
Sir, okay, I think it's okay now. Allah, screen share.
Allah, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shall I close this?
Yes, sir.
Something is coming. Okay, let us start now before any problem comes again. Thank you. Bear with me once again. All my dear friends, respected all staff of this NMMISS and the respected other speakers also. So let's go ahead, sir. So in this session, I would like to discuss with you on the Weft Knitted fabric, where it stands in the types of fabrics, difference between the woven and knitted fabric, Weft Knitted industry in Tirupur and Tirupur potentials, and view of the market share of the knits in India and its role up in the Tirupur. So these are the first initial four points we are going to cover today. So since there are many students also in these sessions, so I am just beginning with understanding them, where the knitting fabric stands in the classification of the fabric. So here the fabric is being made from the yarn as well as from the fiber and from both. So the fabric which is made from the yarn, it comes under the classification categories of the weaving, knitting and braiding. Weaving takes, it's an interlacing of the yarn, where in the knitting, it's an interlooping of the yarn, and braiding is being done with the 3 sets of yarn, where one set of yarn is kept straight and another 2 yarns are overwrapped with this, over-rounded on that. So similarly from fiber, the felting and boarding fabrics has been made, which are mostly used for the furnishing and industrial area. And from both, there are certain fabrics which are being made from yarn and as well as fiber. So you can see the quilt, which our grandmother used to make. That kind of things are called as a quilting. And lamination is, fiber is laid on a yarn on the rod, and it has been pressed. We are standing for the knitting here. Sujit sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'll just keep checking because there is some turbulence. So the basic difference from the woven and knitted fabric will be like this. Woven is the interlacing of the yarn, whereas the knitted is the interlooping of the yarn. In the woven, 2 sets of yarn is used, and in the knits, 1 set of yarn is used. A third point is, the more preparatory process like sizing and warping are necessary in the woven. So it's a long process, whereas no such processes are required in the knitted fabric preparation. It's just knitting, and then it goes directly to the dyeing department. Generally, we see on wovens, any count is used. Now, there's a variety of counts. In the jeans weaving, it's a 6 counts. To the you can say finer count of 105 also is there. But normally in knits weft fabric, usually a medium count is used. So you can see your normal jerseys, PQ polo fabric or t-shirts, you will find the GSM ranging from 160 to 220. So that essentially needs a count of 24s, 30s and 34s. These are being normally used for the knits. Generally, woven productivity is low, whereas productivity of the knitting machine is high. Say, for example, woven, it takes 1 loom, say, for example, the 300 meters, whereas a knitting machine gives 350 kgs. Although there is variation of the production based on the count. The finer count will give less production, whereas the coarser count will give higher production. Operations are very simple. There are vice versa. So there are some points, positive points are there in woven, some good points are, some easy points are there in woven, some easy points are there in the knits. Operations is very simple in the woven. It's just nothing but warp and weft interlacing in a 90 angle. Whereas in the knitting, it's a complicated. It's a loop formation, loop insertion, other mechanisms are there. Design modification in wovens is tough, whereas the design modifications in knits is very easy. This is one reason where it is helpful in the trading, in the trending of the new businesses. Whereas you need to supply the new designs to the buyer, it takes in the more short time for the knits garments, whereas it takes more time for the wovens. Because wovens, when you make one sample, minimum 500 yardage is required for the sizing, warping. But in case of knits, even you can do a dyeing of 5 kg and 2 kg fabric also in a small soft flow machine. So you have to understand this difference. This easiness is in the Weft Knitted industry. And coming to the point of more manpower required in woven and less manpower in the knits. Why? Because when it completes the woven, it ranges all the sizing, preparatory and weaving. Whereas in knitting, the yarn comes directly to the knitting, and there is only operators and helpers are required for the knitting. Maintenance of loom is simple. It's very not much complicated, but maintenance of knitting machine is tough. Generally, and yarn is used for warp and cone. There are two sources of entering of the yarn, because I told you there are two sets of yarn. But in case of knits, yarn is used only from one cone, which is coming from the creel. Weft Knitted apparel industry, we are coming. I'll just give you some points. Knits garment manufacturing assembly. It's an oriented activity with a great range of raw material. Now I'm just giving you some glimpses on the garment factory in Tirupur, what I seen from in the beginning of my career in Tirupur. Although a small garment unit also, it's assembly oriented. Means we need different type of machines, right from the knitting, different operations of the garment, and washing, ironing, trimming, those things are there. Generally, product types, product volumes, supply chain, retail market, and associated technologies are involved. Companies range from the small family business to the multinationals. This is one advantage. This is one difference what I see in the knits garment. Even a smaller unit, you can make a small unit machines, 10 machines factory also for the knits t-shirts garment factory, because you need a minimum range of the machineries of garments. Whereas in the wovens, the number of machines are required on the shirt making are high. The clothing industry is labor intensive industry, whether it is for woven industry or it's a garment industry. Now about Tirupur industry, I will just discuss with you. What is right from the 1999, I was there up to 2012, and in between I was there in GT in Hyderabad. Again, I was back to the Tirupur. So what we see, Tirupur is a dominant player in the knitting garment sector. The apparel industry in Tirupur mostly produces and exports the knitted garments. See, for example, if it is going the turnover of 20,000 crores, obviously 12 to 13,000 crores will go to the exports and rest go to the domestic market, because there is a tradition behind it. The business of last 40 years, which is started from 1960, 1973 over there. The Tirupur is called a knit city. Sometimes it's called a dollar city due to its potential of knits and high contribution in exports and bring the dollars in. I mean, foreign currency in. So people just say, it's a dollar city like that. It has grown by encompassing peripheral villages like Avinashi, Nallur, Mangalam, Paladam, Kangayam, which are situated at the distance of 15 to 20 kilometers from Tirupur. See, it is like this. These are the not very small villages, but these are the villages around the Tirupur, which are helping to boost the manpower. You understand? This is a good support to the Tirupur, and it is not only that Tirupur has come up, entire Tirupur district, when the Tirupur was declared as a district in 2009, these all areas come under the Tirupur, and the sector were developed in this total entire Tirupur districts. And that was given an additional boost for the manpower. Nearby industrial territory, apart from this, I'll just let you know, apart from Tirupur knits industry, it has been surrounded by certain cities, medium or big cities like Karur, which is situated at 80 kilometers from the Tirupur, known for manufacturing from home furnishing. Erode, 55 kilometers from Tirupur, known for the manufacturing of lungis and other fine fabrics. It's a woven sector. Chennimalai, a small village, but almost 38 kilometers away from Tirupur, and it is famous for handloom bedsheets. Coimbatore, 55 kilometers away from Tirupur and known for the mechanical industry, and is a supportive field for the textiles as well as. Because you see, there is a very big industrial mechanical industry or electrical industry which is nearby to you, which helps you to always keep an upgradation in the terms of technicals. And that is one good point for the Tirupur. Bhavani is one more point, which is 40 kilometers from Tirupur and is well known for bedsheets. All above has different sectors, and Tirupur developed towards the Weft Knitted fabric. Now, since it is not left over here, since the Karur has started with the bedsheet, all bedsheet sector has gone there. Erode, they are right from the beginning in the lungis are being made there. Chennimalai, handlooms are there. So what Tirupur has got entered in the weft knitting, the weft knitting has got continuously spontaneously increased from the beginning of 1973. And today it has reached to such a level that it is contributing to the 50% of the export revenue from the India's total exports of the revenue. We'll come to that point next. What I saw, high potentials towards garmenting, especially 100% cotton market. Unlike North area, Tirupur is a much or 90% or 80% related to the cotton industry because of the availability. And North, polyester cotton sector is, it's right from the beginning, it is developed like that. So knitting, dyeing, printing, garmenting, etc., like a traditional business. I find so many of my friends whose grandfather is having the garment units. His great grandfather also is having a knitting unit, something like that. So it's a tradition of 40 years. High potential in terms of value additions like printing, embroidery, embellishment, and washing. Actually, it's a decentralized sector, but printing unit, embroidery unit, and embellishment unit, and washing units. People have focused their own stewing units instead of focusing printing. So what happened? The printing units, embroidery units, they got better job. People who were in the beginning of the garment units, they just focus into that and they outsource with the printing embroidery in the same town. So that boosted to the printing, embroidery, and embellishment people, and even washing people. If you go in Tirupur, you will find many embroidery units in sometimes you will get 2 to 3 units in a lane. Like an embroidery unit here, almost everywhere. You can say in one ward, 2 embroidery units, 2 embellishment units, button units. It's like anything. Efforts taken towards individual ZLD plants, CETP plants, to the very good extent to overcome the issues of pollutants. I'll just tell you these potentials one by one later on again. Tirupur as a committed, all under one roof. Everything is possible in one place only, right from yarn to the garment. It is not like that. You do be dependent on particular. There are humpty options for one operations. So someone wants to do the printing, there are humpty numbers of printing. Someone wants to get the embroidery. The guy with conventionally there, traditionally there, he got a lot of scope for that units. So he never stucks up there. And that is what a reason to get into the time to the exports. And the committed nature, highly skilled manpower, training to the trainees and semi-skilled peoples are always, I saw that it has been immediately picked up like any other industry. I don't know, but in Tirupur, when the person enters, it is the magic of, or you can say satsang like that. When someone new employee comes for the dyeing operations or the operators are dyeing, within few days he gets the skilled. That is because the skilled people get supports to him and they get trained easily, more faster compared to the other industries. Tirupur has always kept upgraded with the technology time to time. Fight to the challenges like recession, shortfall raw material, but could manage the show time to time. Capability utilization and expansion is always there in the mind. Boost of ready fabric from the outside can further boost the revenue of exports and local markets. I'll tell you in the next slide when we'll go where they need the boost for the external fabric. I'm just continuing its potential points. Tirupur, as reported, employed 2 lakh laborers in 2008, 2.5 lakhs in 2010, and around 3.5 lakhs by 2015. You can see the chronological increase in the employment. That shows the sign of expansion. You can say that that's a sign of expansion, there's a sign of growth. Tirupur is known for the cluster activity. There have always been, the associations have always come up with this so that the cluster always helps. They know that a cluster in a particular area, it will be easy for the communication and the operations. Around 400 units of dyeing are functioning in Tirupur. There are 18 common CETP plants to support the industry. You can imagine. And these plants were not built far long away, just from 2011. Before 2011, there may be hardly 5 or 6. But there was a big issue in 2011. Because of that, the entire Tirupur structure changed, and 18 common ATP plants, which are situated at the ring roads of the surrounding of the cities, and catering the services to the all dyeing units which are surroundedly settled along with the ring roads of the Tirupur. About 100 individual ZLD plants And I told you the Tirupur is, I just not typed over here. It's a 27 square kilometer land of the Tirupur, which is in the functioning for the business area, for the entire town. About 100 individual ZLD plants catering to the need of dyeing units and runs as per the norms of Madras High Court. More than 500 knitting manufacturing units to cope up with the fabric supply of the dyeing units. And more than 2,000 smaller and bigger stitching units. Then you can imagine the scope for the manpower and the scope for the exports. You can say up to 2016, 17, 18, 2019, almost I can say, share with you some figures. 50,000 crores. Overall textiles revenue of exports of India, if it is 1 lakh crores and take 50% share of the knits, from that 50,000 crores, Tirupur itself does 25 to 28,000 crores. Imagine. Rest is comprised from the other big industries. You can say like Arvind Mills, Shahi Exports, Technocop Industries, Mumbai, Shahi Exports, Bangalore, Ahmedabad. There are so many big players, Pratibhas, Syntex, Maral Overseas, and nearly 50% of the knit market of India can be said roughly. That's what I told you just. This leads to understand the Tirupur market is almost makes 900 to 1,000 tons of fabric per day. It makes or it sometimes needs. What happens along with this garment exports, there is some part of 10 to 20% exports of the fabric also. So what happens, that shortfall has to be covered from the outsourcing, which is being done from the nearby states like Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh. People have accepted that also. They have not stopped the fabric exports. They have done that also, and they have procured the fabric from the outside states also. So they have never stopped because the revenue. So that's why Tirupur became the top, on the top of the revenue for the Tamil Nadu. Scope of the fabric, as I told you, for the units to the boost. So if for the further development, someone in the nearby states think that I'm going to put a project for the fabric plant of the knits to cater the service of the fabric, they will be mostly run and easily they run. This is my industrial experience, I'm telling. Because they need, the shortfall has to be covered and the revenue has to be reached. Expected to go, but from 2020 till date, it is affected due to two reasons. One is the pandemic issue. Look, it's, as you know, from March 2020, when the corona started, pandemic issues, what happened? The locking of working capital, labor shortage, this all affected drastically. So that is why 2021, 22 and 22, 21, 22, we could not get a right figure. Small, medium units got washed out. Some could stand up with the support of big companies catering to them for the fabrics on the credit parts. But still they grown up. Yarn price fluctuation in last 1.5 years, it is the towards high rise, almost increase after every month for a couple of months. This every industry related person, the person who is related to the yarn, whether it is for the wovens or if it is for the knits, you can see the high fluctuation from last 1.5 years, 2020, 21 beginning, almost there was a hike. And what I guess, say for example, 30s count, which was 210 has reached to 290 rupees, 330 rupees. This drastic increases are affecting to the business. Let's go to the next point. Now, some of the top companies which are contributing in the exports, like Eastman Exports, Dr. Chandran is the founder. Mr. Chandran is the founder. Poppies Knitwear Limited. The founder and the director, Mr. A. Shaktivel, is the director for Poppies Knitwear, and his high contribution because he was the head for the Export Association, and he has played a very good role in last 20 years to develop further for the Tirupur exports. Apart from that, KPR mills, huge potential of spinning mills, SCM garments, entire big supply chain, AKR textile. Almost 50 garment units are under AKR textiles. Can you imagine? Under one company has almost 40 to 50 stitching small units. SP Apparel, it's an entire vertical line. They have a vertical setup. CR Garments, SNQS, we can say some of the biggest sourcing agencies. Dollar Apparel, catering to JCPenney, other Canadian buyers and all. Shakti Knitting, these are the companies that are exporting the fabrics and as well as garments. These are the few list of the industries I'm catering the fabric to Tirupur to cover the shortfall. Just I told you a few minutes back, although fabric is being done, it is being consumed for the garments, but at the same time, the fabric is being exported from Tirupur also. So there are the companies which are catering these services and get avail of the business. Like Arvind Mills Ahmedabad, Technogap Industries Mumbai, Sham Indofab Amravati, Maral Overseas, Pratibha Syntex, Alok Industries, now it's under the Reliance part. Some companies from north like Nahar, Trident from Ludhiana. Certain part of the exports, which comes under synthetic or semi-synthetic or PC blends and all, Tirupur has to rely on North India. There also, they have been cope up with these companies to procure the material right in time. Tirupur sent the yarn and greige fabric to the nearby territory industry like Maharashtra, Gujarat, Ludhiana for job time. When there is a shortfall, there is another way to cope up with that. They're taking the basic yarn, which is covered by the nearby spinning mills, which is a huge sector over there. And they're sending it to the nearby places and even to the Gujarat and Maharashtra for the job dyeing also sometimes. Or they procure the direct ready to cut fabric from the industries. No problem faced in the last 2 years. Fluctuation of every industry faces the problem. So obviously Tirupur will not escape from this. Every industry will function. I'll just discuss few problems and we have to work on that what are the possible ways to come out of this and how Tirupur also has tried to overcome on it. The very important and big problem is the fluctuation of cotton yarn prices. One of the biggest challenge faced by the apparel and fabric industry in the last 7 to 8 years and more in the last 1.5 years. As I said to you a few minutes back, the huge drastic changes in the yarn price. If you go back in 2010 or 2005 or 2010, it was not like that. Yarn price will change over once in 6 months, once in a year. But over a period, it happens like that, yarn price will change in 2 months. And this time period came sometimes in 2015-16, every month, almost first or second, the price will change. And now the situation a few days back, it was like that, we don't know what is tomorrow's price. What is tomorrow's price? So these fluctuations reduces exports and confidence in accepting and executing the export orders since the fluctuations create an uncertain business environment. See, for example, you are making something and you are been taking order, but if you don't know, and if you have to procure the raw material after confirming the order, and if you don't know what is the price going to be of that raw material, obviously you will be shattered. You will not able to fix up it. You will be afraid. And that is what happening with the knitted industry, not only in the industry, but other industries also in the last 1.5 years. Apart from that, there was an additional burden of this pandemics. So yarn fluctuation is one of the biggest problem what industry has faced in last 1.5 years. It is literally difficult. The buyer upfront is asking for the orders. You want to confirm the orders, but you are not in a position. If you commit and if your raw material prices goes up after a few days, you are gone. Your profit is gone, and you may become in the minus. You may go to the minus side. So this is the scenario of the yarn today, and this is the big problem. Exchange rate fluctuation. Here is one good part is that rupee, we can't say good part. Our depreciation of rupee always is welcome sign for the exports. Because something when you confirm the order with the dollar price of 70 rupees, and if you find at the time of shipment it is going to be 75 rupees, obviously you're going to gain. Anyway, it's not good for the rupee or Indian economy, but for exports it is good. But that too, it can go in a vice versa. So that uncertain situation for exporters becomes uncertain in deciding the final price for the export order. Over or above it, the buyers, there are certain buyers, they may ask, okay, now you got the boost of inflation, you got the boost of rupee depreciation, so they may demand, some discounts. But they won't ask you when the rupee will go down or when the rupee will come up. So this is the second point which Tirupur, not only Tirupur, but other related industries also has faced. Pollution, the biggest threat. Tirupur faces pollution problems of water pollution and air pollution. But time to time actions and the compliances has helped to overcome to the very good extent. There was a situation in 2011, there was a big stoppage for the dyeing units. Because by the time we got on increasing the units, but simultaneously it was not cope up with the proper effluent treatment plants. The required number of plants were not there. The required technology was not enough to cope up with that water, which has been discharged as a norm of the Madras Court or Pollution Control Board. So after that, within 3 years, if you take any other place in India, if it is getting washed out and if you've been told that you have to shut down all dyeing units in one day, I don't think that territory would have been come up for the next 10 years, but it is the Tirupur which is almost stand up again by the 3 years. The fast actions on the CETP, the fast actions on the ZLD plants, individual plants, the companies like Poppies, we started our own plant, ZLD at that time, Royal Classic, Eastman, Shakti Knitting, they have started their own ZLD plants immediately. And just within a quick time of 3 years, again, it was looking at the theory. This is what potential. I am just not explaining the pollution. Of course, pollution is a problem, but there are solutions. And how Tirupur has overcome it in 3 years, I want to just explain. Upgraded technology in dyeing machine with minimum metal to liquor ratio leading to minimum possible uses of water was to state. You see, in 1980, 1990s, the dyeing machines with the metal liquor ratio of 1:12 and 14. Whereas by 2010, 11, we got the machines with the metal liquor ratio 1:5 and 6. It has been chronologically came down. The upgraded technology in the dyeing machines has slowly boosted up, because one side, the expansion, the growth of the exports. So obviously it's need more of the fabrics. So more of the fabrics means you need more of the dyeing units. So more of the dyeing units means you have to need more of the water discharge, and more of the water discharge means you need more effluent treatment. So there is a way that you can get the same dyeing productions with a less amount of water. So upgraded dyeing technology like Thieves and Sclavos and Thieves, Sclavos and Then, they come up with the technologies which were consuming less water comparing with the conventional machines. That was one help. The upgraded technology in ETP ZLD, like use of chlorine, use of ozone, tankless technologies, this will slowly chronologically help to Tirupur to boost up. But still, this fight, this ETP ZLDs has to be still go more advanced so that it can be get a minimum cost and minimum space. Inadequate number of dyeing units. Now that's all I was telling. Due to the shortage of dyeing units, exporters need to procure the fabric from outside and send the fabric for the job work. Labor shortage. The high increase of industries is facing this problem. But this has been, there are two aspects in this. Local Tirupur labor is available, surrounding area is available, but over a period when the industry is growing, it needs much manpower. And chronologically, in last 10 years, the migrants of Bihar and Orissa slowly took place into that. And you see now, there are humpty numbers of outside state laborers which are getting into it and getting expertise in a short span of period. And that is one boost getting Tirupur for this one. Now government supports. The government has taken many steps and they are still to be added. Yarn price stabilization is must as 50 to 60%. Sorry, it's a typing mistake. 50 to 60% is the cost of the yarn, cost of the garment actually. There is some type error in this. Price stabilization of the yarn is must because entire garment when you take 50 to 50% will comprise for the yarn price, 10 to 20% of the processing, and rest 10 to 50% of this garmenting and embellishments, and rest is the profit. Textile industry receives a lot of promotional support from the government of India, like duty drawback, textile park, technical upgradation, etc., which has been availed by the Tirupur. And I think the other states also can do that, like Visakhapatnam and Andhra Pradesh and Telangana is also on the way, so that the industry over there will be increased. To increase the apparel exports of the fabric of knitted, the government need to support the manpower development program and with other innovative methods. Because as the knits industry or garment industry is a incentive in industry, the government, I feel, has to make a separate attention. Although there is a human resource departments or ministry, something like that, it should be something like that. Okay, you focus for this and do something that the manpower development can be done instead of migrating. How we can cope up with that one? Now we will look what are the other reasons causing the growth of niche market over the woven garments over a time of last 2 decades. Here the Tirupur part is over now. We are talking now generally. Over a period, if you see 20 years back, what was the share of wovens and what was the share of knits? Today, obviously, the knit share has been gone up. Slowly, it is increasing to the higher side. You see, usage of infants and kids apparel has been increased. Knits garments. You might have seen the usage of t-shirts and track pants. Sorry, it's a track pant is seen increase among all the ages of the people. Now we go to the morning walk. Earlier, the sadra pajama has been replaced by the t-shirts even of the old age people. Sportswear mostly is made by knitted garments, knitted fabrics, although it is a synthetic, semi-synthetic or cotton, but cotton is the less in the sports, but it's mostly is made from knitted fabric. Festivals, teams, specific events, programs, etc. The rise of making team t-shirts with the logos. This is one new trend coming for the last 3-4 years. What I seen, even a small program in a colony, it's a get together or something, a function. Now, because of the fast time, the upgraded technologies, we are getting the t-shirts fast. Digital printing, sublimation printing is boosting so that we are getting the faster t-shirts. And this trend is now increasing slowly. Undergarments increase the share of knits type, nighties, that is also increasing. Casual wear is also taking more share in the place of woven technology, chronologically in programs and offices as well. Now you might see the trend of cotton trouser with top polo t-shirts. Sometimes in the offices also has gone up. High increase in use of leggings compared to the earlier decades. Increased use of knitted Bermudas and t-shirts at home and leisure time. This whatever I'm talking time, you can imagine, you can understand, yes, it is happening. If it is not happening, please let me know. I'll remove that point. So this is the thing. School uniforms. Now at last 5 years, you might have seen school uniforms are preferring polo t-shirts. Initially, only house uniforms and now regular day uniforms also seen as the entire fabric. Slowly, earlier it was only woven shirt and a half pant for the schools. Now, as the trends are changing and the generations changing, the trends are also changing. And that's all just because of the comfort of this knit fabric. Now the new trend is coming up with the knit bottoms as well. Buyers' choice for India is due to the commitment and potentials at Tirupur. Not only Tirupur, but for all the places. Knit preparations is more easier than woven fabric, and it has no warping sizing, as I told you in the beginning. This is one of the reasons why it is increasing. Other points to ponder: the growth of the knits of India. Styles and designs can be changed easily and faster than in the knitted garments compared to the woven garments. This has been said by Kuntal Jain, director of DIV. It is their study. It's obvious correct. The rise in awareness about the new trends and upcoming fashion among the consumers, especially youth, is prompting them to maintain the wardrobe with the latest clothing trends in the knitwear market. Brand awareness. Brands started from 52 years back, like Mufti, like Levi's, the t-shirts. Those started in 1999 to now they are geared up with the like anything. They know the changes, the fashion changes, and accordingly they are easily able to change the designs, what is required in the generations now. And that is the reason, one of the reasons for the growth. Exports. Buyer appreciate the Indian commitment and the dedication towards the world. Online shopping sites. Earlier, one t-shirt, if you see somewhere else now, it's very easy. It's like Amazon, Meesho, it's all knitted. You can easily send it over here. It is the general process flow in garment manufacturing. I'm just coming back to the points for the students where you can understand how the garment industry works in Tirupur. Like, buyer supplier meeting takes place, production orders placed, sampling, BOM generation, raw material inspection, bulk fabric inspection, pre-production sample, production, shipment sample, finishing, packing, and shipment. These are the major processes. This is just for the new industry people who wants to be enter into this, and for the students of the final years and for the first years, for the all the place. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful presentation, Mr. Patil.
Sorry.
Wonderful presentation.
No, sir. Thanks. It is just I'm sharing my these things.
सबसे बढ़िया ये है कि actually I wanted or requested Madhuri Madam to reflect you as a Tirupur person as compared to Ichalkaranji.
No. I was there for 15 years.
Yeah,
I was there from Bombay dyeing.
And yeah, and it's a rich experience because whatever you are saying is your on-hand experience. And you have visualized it, you have seen it, and you have felt it, and that's how. I mean, it's a very simple ball game for you to speak for the session. Without PowerPoint, also you could have been a wonderful speaker, because those who work in their own hand, it is easier for them to explain without anything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree. Thank you, sir.
I'm really very pleased to have you here with us. Fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Have anything more to say, or we will?
No. I'll just for the students, I'll just add another 2 slides and we'll close it up.
Sure.
So for the students, you can understand these are the different departments in the garment industry. True. Although I am from the most of the needs, my competence area is wet processing. But just being connected with the garment units, because we're under the same roof of the company, we used to be attached. We used to learn. So what are the other units, like merchandise department, sampling department, fabric store departments, cutting departments, sewing, washing. These are the departments, and the maintenance, finance, and accounts and HR departments. These are the supportive to them. Excuse me, something is stucking a little bit.
No problem.
Just bear with me just for 1 minute. Anyway, my intention was to share my Tirupur experience, where I spent my 15 years. After Bombay dyeing, I was been lifted to Tirupur by a German person, Mr. Peter Ister, who was a consultant for Bombay dyeing earlier. Then he went back to Germany and came to Tirupur again and joined West Coast. That is why people ask me how directly from Bombay dyeing to West Coast. This is the reason that I was been brought by him to the knits industry. And after that, he left by because the climate was very hot. Tirupur climate is not so easy for the people to bear. It's a heat climate, but still people are managing. I think, Madhuri ma'am, I'll say thank you to everyone, to the staff and all participants and organizers, Arup sir, Sujit sir, Madhuri madam. Really, thank you very much for putting me a part of the program, and thanks to all once again.
I would like to extend the thanks and once again on behalf of the CTF, but the story begins here. Mr. Patil should be one of the very important resource person for us in the coming days. Madhuri madam herself is the coordinator and the person from knitting area who actually teaches the students in the knitting and give demonstration to what Mr. Deshpande was mentioning about our shop floor training programs in Priyadarshini and other locations. So the gap, what I understand is that the knitted garment process has its own flavor and checkpoints to do. First thing, which you will be able to address a little. So I would like to request Madam that a portion of such, few guest lectures can be shared with you so that you can share the same thing. We have our internet ready classrooms also. So it is not a big problem deliver in this way.
Thank you.
This is the first thing, and second is that the entrepreneurship approach, a part of the extension of the same kind of course delivery, may not be within the syllabus. Let us learn something from the personal or the professionals like you, where it is a beyond the syllabus learning. Insisting students to be an entrepreneur, because as you rightly said, it was a statement in your presentation that entrepreneurship is another important possibility for the knitting area in the beginning and the knitted garment area as an for our integration. I mean, that should have been another part of it in the lectures where you can also be supportive from time to time. Sure, sir. With this, I would like to thank you once again to be with us. If possible, you can join in the end of the day. If you are busy, I will not insist you, but around 3:30, 4 o'clock when we take the summing up session, I would like to have you here if you are free at the time.
Yeah, I will sure, sir. 3 to 4, I'll be back again.
No problem.
It will be my pleasure.
See you once again. Bye.
So much, sir. The session was really wonderful and informative. My sincere thanks to you for sharing the market potential for knitted fabrics in India, specifically in Tirupur knitting industry. Again, thank you for sparing your valuable time with us, sir. And we are very much confident that you are imparted the valuable knowledge among all participants. Almost you have covered all the points related to the knitted fabric market potential. But sir, we have one question from the participant.
Yeah, most welcome.
Sir, what is the mean by a BOM generation?
Bill of material. It's called bill of material. It's a short form used for the BOM generation. Bill of material means what are the requisites? Like when you have place of order of 5,000 pieces, and when it comes to the merchandiser, it is a responsibility of the merchandiser. It comes under the merchandiser's area. He has to create the BOM. Suppose you got the pieces of 5,000 piece order, and he makes the list of BOM material. BOM means it's a bill of material where is the list of the raw material. How much he needs the yarn, how much fabric has to be taken, how many buttons are required, how many zips are required. What are the raw materials total required. These are called generally as a BOM. The short form, it's a short form of bill of material. Thank you.
Sir, one more question is there. What is the growth of Weft knitting goods in international market?
Sorry?
What is the growth of Weft knitting goods in international market?
What is the growth you want to say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Obviously, it is growing for the last 1 decade. To the main Indian, as far as exports is concerned from India, the buyer, European buyers and American buyers, right from the last 20 years I saw, their belief. I saw some people who started with particular buyer in 1995 are still with them. And some of my friends I saw, their buyer was with them from father's time. So that means it is one of the belief of the buyers, and because of the good sources of cotton material in India, this internationally Weft knitted garment factory will keep on increasing. And I told you there are humpty number of reasons. These are not applicable to us. It is obviously from the abroad companies also, abroad countries also. So because of this comfort of the fabric, the most important part is the comfort of the knit fabric, which is catering, reasoning to the growth of this one. So I am surely obviously seeing from the last 2 decades it is increasing, and it is still a further increase due to our potential and comfort of the particular product. Thank you. Yeah.
Now, it's a time for the third MDP session. Textiles.
Madam, I'm not able to hear you properly.
Now, it's time for the third MDP session on knitted home textiles by Mr. Arvind D Kate, General Manager Technical, Sara Textiles Limited. Before start session, let me introduce expert for the knitted home textiles, Mr. Arvind D Kate, sir. Sir has completed a certificate course in AutoCAD in 1994 from Tiger Institute and diploma in textile design in 1981. Sir has more than 35 years of professional experience in design and product development and production. Sir currently associated with Sara Textiles Limited, Territorial Division as the General Manager Technical. Sir expertise in developing and improving processes to stabilize products as per business parameters. Sir associated with Alok Industries Limited as Senior Manager in Design and Product Development. Sir participated in innovation seminar conducted by MDP at Belgium. Sir also worked as Design Manager in Santojan Exports Limited, in Maharashtra. Sir associated with Raymond School and Mills Limited, Maharashtra from 1993 to 1994. Sir also associated with James Swimming Limited, Gulbarga, Rajasthan, GSL India Limited, Rajkatla, Gujarat, Pune Textile Mills, Baranpur Puckering Mills, Baranpur, MP, Krishna Mills. I would like to invite Mr. Arvind Kate to start the expert session. Please, sir.
My video is protected, madam. Thank you. But I cannot start my video because it is stopped from you.
Please try again, sir. Sorry for disturbance.
Thank you very much. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Rakshit sir, and thank you all speakers. Thank you, madam. I am basically having a weaving background and working for the home textile since '94. Before that, I was worked in suitings and yarn development. The core area is basically weaving home textile. So here for me, home textile is first. Then after that, I will cover the weft knitting, because our 10% product is quilt, knitted jersey, and fitted sheets. We normally export to Australia, New Zealand, Croatia, in these countries. Let me share my screen. in this, I just wanted to highlight okay. Is this okay? Is it
Yes.
visible to all?
Sir, it is coming.
My angle is to see the knitted fabric from the development perspective, as all the technical detail covered by Mr. Patil and Manisha Madam already. Though, as I said, we have 15 metric ton terry towel manufacturing, but I think that the home textile is a very home textile is a very dynamic segment of technical textiles, and normally it is seen only a towel and few napkins. So I just covered all the products where we can manipulate with the yarn, with the construction, with the process flows, and by this way we can develop some new product which can be basically a new to market kind of, or maybe to eliminate some problem related to that particular problems, like snagging in bathrobe. We eliminate that snagging in bathrobe by covering outside knitted and inside terry, just to snagging from outside. So here total list of product, wide range of product is carpet, rugs, floor covering, curtains, cushion covers, napkins, towel fabric, wet spread, furnishing fabrics, upholstery, table linen, bed linen, pillowcases, blankets, shower curtains, aprons, wallpaper, etc. So we normally see this home textile in the two subsections. One is hard home and another one is soft home. Hard, which is laminated from the backside, rubber coated mats or core mats or heavy, which we can normally cannot laundry them in the domestic machines or normally industrial laundry. And all remains soft home is bath, kitchen, napkin, apron, etc. Nowadays, hospitality and hygiene, basically, these two sectors are looking for a typical performance requirement like abrasion resistant, light fastness, wash fastness, stain resistant, cleanability, flame resistance, odor control, antimicrobial functions, antiperspirant, high wicking, and anti-mite properties. Particularly anti-mite, we are using this chemical finish on the jersey fitted sheets. In home textile, what customer is looking for? Basically, customer, some managers are confusing design and luxury. In 1 second. Clear or not? Is it audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Yeah. So It is not moving forward. Huh? One second, it was freezed in a particular frame, so let me reconnect it. In particularly home, normally some managers confuse design and luxury, thinking that meaning is important only in high-end market. If you think that meaning is not important for your company because your customers are interested only in price cut and utility, you are saying that your customer is subhuman. So on the other hand, if you operate in a high-end market and think that the creating meaning implies simply a opulent design or simple design, you are saying that your customer is stupid. So they want something more meaningful. Every day, new requirements are coming to the market, and home textile as a whole is under explored area, and there is a lot of scopes for innovations. This can be achieved by understanding the consumer psychology and integrations achieved by understanding consumer psychology and technology together, technology and fashion together, right? To provide the solution for correct solution for the customer. Here, to look at the design, the traditional ways when we ask executive to think about design and designer, they usually have two perspectives. One is traditional. They ask their designer to make product look beautiful, and another one, this is more recently adopted, is user-centric design, where designer have an amazing capacity to get closer to user, understand their needs, and to generate creatively generate countless ideas. So lifestyle is changing at the speed of internet. Consumption patterns also changing at the same speed, and our needs are also changing. Every end use needs some very specific technology orient solutions for the product related problem. Some of the areas of innovations have been taken from the apparel sectors to match with the requirement of home textiles consumers. For example, bed sheets are being made from Coolmax and thermolite fabrics. Earlier, Coolmax fabric was incorporated as a moisture management technology and has been traditionally been used in active performance wear. Same with thermolite. It is a lightweight insulation material which was originally designed for outdoor performance apparel. So, despite being second largest in the world and accounting for a little over 35% of country's total exports, historically the Indian industry never had a planned agenda and unified goal for the developing competitiveness, matching to the call for innovations. The focus has been more toward developing a cost-effective production facility and infrastructure that is driven by technology and marketing factors. Some very positive efforts did happen in these directions that could help India as one of the competitive sources for the for a few product categories. For particular, if I am talking about only featured, we were not very much competitive as compared to the China and Pakistan, because their circular knitting productions and cost is very cheap from that. For that, we have developed 150 GSM super combed fitted sheets, and we entered in the higher segment product recently, and we are getting very good response of that. So our idea is just to give the product a second thought of how we could innovate the product collectively with the help of technology, market feedback, and so that we can our competitiveness in the whole world will remain same. Nevertheless, there has been an increased realization of having been left behind our ability to cope with diverse demand of on design and other product attributes. For roughly everybody knows this, but for our home textile market, China is the biggest growth. China, India, Pakistan, Turkey, and Bangladesh. These are the best growth markets. And the USA is the biggest importer of home textiles with the share of around 34%, followed by other countries. Here, in spite of second largest cotton producer manufacturer, India is having not that much growth as compared to China and even Turkey. The textile yarn prices are becoming increasingly competitive worldwide, and more developing countries enter the global textile trade. To increase, if not to maintain its global market share, Indian textile industry must look at alternative way of developing and maintaining the competitiveness with the alternative design strategy in place. So analysis of product range produced by Indian industry in last few years reveals that the design quality of the product did not match with the progress we made in technological front. So India has tremendous flexibility and the capability to adapt to changing the environment. Looking to the market, the US and UK market of home textile, many Indian companies are diversifying or expanding in home textiles, and there are enormous investment in the segments. Several existing companies are spreading into the home textiles. For Indian suppliers, there is a still need to understand the home textile market trend. So there is a lack of understanding and lack of clear strategy for Indian home textile experts of India, and there is a huge scope for the home textile exports from India, but only if they can produce the right product. So many companies are going for the basic home products like bed sheet and terry towel. Other product segments like upholstery, curtain, furnishing, etc. are ignored basically. Amid this changing scenario in home textile in India as well as the international market, Indian home textile manufacturers must have to draw proper sub-segment wise strategy to succeed in the domestic front. Growth of retail chain has increased and the demand for the private labels, and many organized industries are tapping this market potential along with the own retail chain. This is just for a comparison that if we compare ourselves with Turkey's home textile industries results from huge textile industry in Turkey. The production of home textile has shown a steady increase due to the rise in both the domestic and external demand of home textiles. Almost all kind of home textiles are produced in Turkey. These may be listed by exports value as follow: table linen, towels, wovels, curtains, laces, blankets, cushions, pillows, quilts, and adult down. The Turkish home textile industry is well on the way of becoming one of the world leader by its wide range of products, superior quality in home textile production, especially in production of net curtains, embroidery, towel, and quilt covers. The Turkey has largest machine park to produce both embroidery and other home textile. This quilt other textile applications in home textile is sun filter, semi-sheer, reflective textiles, curtain fabrics and wraps. Here, curtain fabrics and drapery, this is probably the wider area of fabric development in home textile. It includes solid color, plain view material in cotton, flax, wool, silk, acrylic, viscose, PET, etc. Here we can very beautifully incorporated the knitted fabrics, knitted with the mud acrylic or viscose, or maybe nowadays PET recycle GRS certified polyester is also available. Now the recycled viscose is also available, and internationally everybody is demanding that recycled polyester and viscose great in great demand. Curtains and draperies are made from all type of fibers and fabric constructions. However, most curtains are made from the synthetic fabrics because cotton curtains requires ironing after washing. They are heavy and thus inconvenient in handling. There is also a market for expensive fibers such as the silk, but it is fairly limited because of the pricing and handling restrictions. There is still market for cotton fabrics for home sewing, besides curtain sewing and fitted by professional curtain makers. Blinds. Here we are having a presence sheets and pillowcases. Our 15% total capacity is engaged with the 3 knitting machines, circular knitting machines, and we produce sheets and pillowcases. This is major soft good category for us, though we don't print, but we have incorporated many fancy yarns in the knitting that I will present photographs in the later part of the slides. Special design for children's sheets, modern easy care, exporting to the Disney and other cares also. Polyester cotton is used for much lesser degree than the cotton, though its advantage is its pre-shearing resistance, pre-resistance and durable qualities. Other textile fabrics such as silk accounts for the minor percentage of the market. The yarn specifications are part of the contract, though it is always used in the knitting. Particularly, we use 30s compact, cotton 100% cotton, cotton modal, cotton lyocell, sometimes cotton pencil. Cloth constructions criteria included the weight, yarn count, and type of weave or knit. The specification on sheet dimensions covers not only the selvage but also weight. Our very small presence in quilted textile also. PET fiber is mainly used. Several alternative fillings becomes available for this product. Printed single jerseys and knitted fabric goods are good suitable for this. And then another one is a blanket, normally made of a raised wool acrylic or acrylic polyester fiber blends in solid color. Though we are making terry blanket also, but we have a fleece machine also, fleece machines. So we are making a fleece blanket and bathrobes for the Australian market, thermal blankets, or sorry. Bedspreads, mattress covers, bed skirts, bed comforters. Another very interesting and suitable for weft knitting is duvet covers and comforters. The comforters are intended to keep the users warm, especially during sleep, although they can also be used as a mattresses pad. Comforters are generally large and rectangular in shape, filled in natural or synthetic insulative materials, and encased in shell covering. Like quilts, comforters are generally used with a set of sheets. Comforter size corresponds with the bed size. Again, bed size, it is all country wise different for the different sizes. Like in Israel, we are sending a drop width of 25, where in Australia it is around 35 centimeter, and the comforter is sometimes covered with duvet. Comforter cover for the protections and prolonged use. Duvet is French or down. Comforter covers all similar in principles of pillowcases, usually closed with zipper or button. In the United Kingdom, they are only known as a special type of padding duvets. Comforters are typically packed in a set that also includes the bed skirts, pillows, shams, and sometimes pillows. Feeling is by material for us at this moment. but normally it's a polyester filling we are using. So shell covering, the outer shell of comforter are typically constructed using cotton, silk, or polyester fabrics or blends. Here, but I think that one can develop this product with the knitted fabrics, or maybe modifications of the Weft knitted fabrics, because these untapped areas are basically we are not normally look them under the home textile collectively. The duvet, yeah, definitely duvet is fluffy comforters that is slipped into the duvet cover, and the duvet cover also known as a comforter cover normally have an opening in one end and with bottom closures, and this is highly recommended to protect the comforter investment. The duvet covers are like a big pillowcase that covers the duvet while it protects the whole delicately so that it does not slip during one slip. Wall fabrics and shower curtains. So another interesting area where we can think about the shower curtains must be a waterproof, but for that we have to laminate the knitted fabrics that are firmly established in this area. Plastic membranes have not become popular because of the propensity of the splitting and tearing. Everybody is familiar with this terry toweling, so I'm not. I just wanted to highlight that in particular in current scenario where the cotton prices are very high and woven, there is a limitations of producing lower GSM and on the weaving side. So normally 300 or maybe 340 for toweling GSM is the last GSM where we can produce a good terry towel or the bathrobe. Yes. अच्छा, close करूँगा. Okay, great. One second. So we have knitting machines where normally so here the Manisha madam and Patil sir already explained all the knitted, so I don't want to explain any Weft knitted fabric here, but I just wanted to develop something new product along with this big basket. But what way we can develop from the knitted fabrics. So Weft knitting is primarily plain rib interlock. Normally we use plain maximum. All jersey fitted duvet covers are made with the plain. So this is plain for us. This is rib, interlock, and pearl. So I don't want to explain the single jersey mechanism because everyone knows here. Here some few formulas that is repeated, and Manisha madam explained everything in detail. But I have like for example, we are normally making 13 cotton yarn and with 30 inches diameter single jersey. So our optimum gauge is 22.5, and our loop length is, the formula is considering optimum tightness value is 1.5. So our loop length in minimum is 2.95. So input tension is around 1.96 grams, and the needle total. So by these formulas, one can easily find out the relations between the yarn thickness and the maximum kneatability of that particular yarn. So here, our developments, we made some. I can say it is a good developments for you people, but this is 20 slabs with pencil, and this we made for the jersey fitted, and this is yellow, and this one is lysine. Again, this is slab, and then this is very fancy single jerseys. These are all single jerseys with the various brands of lysine, bamboo, cotton, and apart from single solid jersey, we have developed these kind of fabrics, and we exported this also. Okay. So thank you very much.
Sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience and technical details and sharing your time with us. Once again, thank you so much, sir. Dear all participants, from now up to 2 p.m., there is a lunch break, and the afternoon session will start from 2 p.m. onwards. I request all to rejoin the session. Thank you so much. We will meet again to enhance the knowledge to this MDP on Weft Knitting Technology. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear all participants, from now up to 2 p.m. there is a lunch break, and afternoon session will start from 2 p.m. onwards. I request all to rejoin the session. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will meet again to enhance our knowledge through this MDP.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So shall we start?
Yeah, possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. The next session, it's now time for the fourth session of MDP on the analysis of web design and structure. I would like to invite Professor Madhuri V Kakde for the session. I would like to introduce in short about Miss Madhuri, Professor Madhuri V Kakde is a technologist working as an assistant professor in SVKM NMIMS Center for Textile Functions, Shirpur. He did MTech in Textile Technology from Shivaji University, Maharashtra. B from SGBU, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Maharashtra. She has 8 years of experience in textile technology at different levels. She delivered expert talk in workshop in various workshops like short towel manufacturing, which is sponsored by ATE Mumbai in industry orientation program, and he has attended more than 25 national and international faculty development program. Till date, she has published more than 40 publications in various national and international journals. So this is brief introduction about Professor Madhuri Kakde, Madam. I would like to invite Professor Madhuri Kakde, Madam, to deliver the expert session. Please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Very first, thankful to Dr. Rakshish sir for giving me an opportunity to present on such a big platform. Sir, my screen is visible?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Before start the presentation, let me share something with you. When I went for a shopping a few weeks ago, I have noticed that most of the girls wear and the children's wear consist of the knitted structures, specifically the web knitted structure, and lots of designs are available in the garments. And retailer also told me that from past a few years, the demand for the comfort wear, means the knitted wear, increasing day by day. So today I'm going to present on the different web knit designs, their structures, and with respect to their properties, application areas. So basically web knitting. Web knitting, as we all know that the knitting means the interlooping takes place in course-wise, means in the horizontal direction, and the way in which the loops are formed and the way in which the loops are arranged, based on to that, the fabric is consist of the four types: single jersey, double jersey. The double jersey is again classified in a double jersey weave and interlock, and the last one is a pearl web knitted structure. So what is actually the plain single jersey structure? I'm not going deep as much because as you all aware that what is actually the single jersey knitting. But in a single jersey web knitting, a plain structure means a structure that consists of all the loops are knit loops. Means the knit loop is nothing but the loop that completely interloop through the old loop by passing through the knit cam profile. And there are the lots of application areas, particularly in inner wear as well as for the outer wear, so specifically for the undergarments and the t-shirts, that particular fabric is popularly used. Why that kind of a plain fabric is popularly used? Due to their imminent characteristics, means the good extensible in nature, as it is a single jersey web knitted structure, means that the fabric has only one loop structure, and if the fabric has only one loop structure, it means that the thickness of that fabric, the GSM of the fabric is very less. It has a good extensible characteristics and very less dimensional stability. So to overcome the disadvantages of this fabric, means the bad dimensional stability characteristics, some fabric is introduced geometrical designs. Means we have changed the geometry of loop, because loop is the fundamental part of a fabric, of a knitted fabric. So if we change the shape of the loop, means we change the structure of the fabric. So how we can change the structure of the fabric? Means what are the various design aspects in a single jersey fabric? There are the two possibilities. The one possibility is by change the geometry of the fabric by using the three types of cam. In knitting, mainly the three types of cam are there: knit cam, tuck cam, and miss cam. If on a machine, if there are 84 number of the cams are there, and if you are using a knit cam, so plain fabric is going to be produced. But if you are using a knit along with a tuck, then the loop structure will be different. Means you are introducing a tuck loop in a fabric. Tuck loop And if you are using a miscam in a machine, means you are introducing the misloop in a fabric. So tuck loop, misloop, and knit loop. All these three loops are different in appearance. So if this introduction of loops in a fabric definitely will change the designs of the fabric, properties of the fabric, and their application areas also. So how we can change the loop structure? So basically there are the three types of the loops which we are introducing for the design purpose. And as a knitting is a knitting in which so many design possibilities are there, unlimited designs are possible to made by using a different combination of these three types of the cam. There is no any limitation. That is depend on to the thinking of the designer, the need of the designer, which kind of design he actually wants. So in needle cam, what actually happened? The needle reached to the highest position and completely loop is formed. What happened in a tuck cam? The needle does not reach to the highest position. It just simply goes the half distance and then again return back. So the tuck loop means the loop actually does not interloop through the old one. And then in float, float means the miss, means the needle does not raise and lower, it simply pass without any movement. So we can, in this way, we can change the designs of the fabric by using a different combination. So you can see here the first structure that in this picture, you can see the check effect in a fabric. So check effect in a fabric is a very good design aspects in which we are using a more than one yarn. Means you can use 2 yarns or 3 yarns. And what is the beauty of that fabric is that the color that which you want to hide from the base side, for that color you can use the miscam, and the color that you want prominently look at the face side, so for that purpose you can use the knit cam. So the structure, the technical, the face side of the fabric, here you can see the appearance is different, and at the back side of the fabric you can see the appearance is different. Means that perfectly this is a single jersey fabric, and you can use a variety of the patterns and the designs by using the knit and miscam. So particularly that kind of the fabrics are not popularly used as a apparels, but that kind of fabrics are used in a home furnishing products. But when you are introducing a tuck loop along with a knit loop, means this is also the one kind of design opportunity in which you can change the geometry of the fabric, and that fabric is we called as a picket fabric. So there are the lots of opportunities are available in a picket fabric. So you can see in a picture a single picket structure that popularly you can use in your t-shirts. So in single picket structure, alternately knit and tuck loops are present. You can use the double picket structure also, but 2 tuck loops are alternately present to the 2 knit loops. So in a second picture also, the tuck loop, that is the half semicircle loop, is appear on a surface of the garment. So these are the various opportunities, design aspects. You can use any combination of knit and tuck loop to make a design successful. Now, in a third case, you can use all the 3 types of loop in a one fabric. So that kind of fabric is we called as a fleece fabric, because as same as the scales on the skin of the sheep, the structure is present on the fabric surface. Means that we called as a fleece fabric. Means the tuck loops, that is the semicircle loop, which is same as that of a terry loop, is prominently present on the surface, and that tuck loop is held by the float and the knit loop at the bottom of the fabric. Means the face surface of the fabric. So that kind of fabric has a very good dimensional stability, and due to the introduction of the 3 kinds of the loops, the thickness of the fabric is much more. So that's why we cannot use that kind of a structure for the inner wear and the outer wears, but specifically that structure consumed in a blanket and winter jacket. So there is also one opportunity for the design by setting the cam. So you can see here that kind of fabric you've seen in your sweaters or some kind of ladies wears. In that fabric, the red color structure, that is the upper portion and the lower portion, the number of loops are different. The loop structure is different. On the upper surface, the less number of the loops are there because the size of the loop is more, and at a lower structure, lower side, the number of loops are more because the size of the loops is small. Means you can change the size of the loop, that we called as a stitch length or loop length, and it is possible by changing the cam setting. If you set the cam at a 6 level, means deep setting, it means that the needle receive the more amount of the yarn and your loop length will get increased. And if you can keep a cam setting 1, means a shallow, means the needle receives a very less amount of the yarn and loop length, stitch length is going to be decreased. So in one fabric, you can introduce a various stitch length loops, means various different sizes loops. Now there is also the another opportunity in the designing aspects, but that designing opportunity is associated with the raw material. Means the fabric is made from the yarn and yarn from the fibers. So fiber dyeing, yarn dyeing are by using the some attractive colors or by using certain variables which enhance definitely the beauty of the fabric. So you can see here by using a twist, S and Z twist yarn, fancy yarn, horizontal stripe pattern. So one by one we will discuss. So horizontal stripes. So sorry. So you can see here mostly in the weft knitted structures outer wear, you can see the stripes of color stripes, color patterns in a horizontal line. Horizontal line means what? Why these color patterns are in the horizontal lines? Because it is a weft knitting, because the interlooping is takes place in a horizontal direction. So all the needle receive the yarn, one color yarn at a one time. But there are the so many opportunities to enhance the beauty of that garment. The one opportunity is to use the feeder stripe. So feeder stripe means what? The pattern, the design can be introduced without any auxiliary device, means only with the help of a feeder. So you can use the 2 colored yarn. There is a limitation for the feeder stripe. You can use only 2 colored yarn, and 2 colored yarns feed to the feeder alternately, and the pattern is created. The second one is the auto stripe. Auto stripe is nothing but the designing in which no limitation over the colors. You can use the more than 2 colors up to 4, 6, 5, 8, 9. So up to 10 colors you can use in a fabric. But for that purpose, you require the auxiliary device that we called as a striper box, and that striper box automatically select the colors by using a sensor and give the same color thread to each and every needle. So you can introduce the more number of the stripe patterns, whatever in a number of courses that can be controlled automatically in a machine. Then the last one is an engineered stripe, and that engineered stripe, that actually not a part of knitting. It is actually a feeder stripe fabric, but that fabric is diagonally cut and stitched into the garment. That possibility is not for the woven fabric because it has a limitation over the stretchability. But as it is a single jersey structure, the single jersey structure is more extensible along the width direction so that you can diagonally cut the fabric and stitch into the garment. But there is a limitation over the number of colors used. You can use for a design. So in a weft knitted structure, you can introduce the colored patterns, colored yarns only for the single jersey fabric, not for the weave and not for the interlock and not for the purl. So with the help of S and Z twist yarn, you can create a spiral structure in a fabric. Then by using a fancy yarn, also you can increase the aesthetic property, as well as you can enhance the beauty of that garment. Now, last structure is the plated structure. So that plated structure is nothing but the structure in which you can use the two colored yarn at a one time. Again, you can use the miss and knit cam for that kind of fabric. So that kind of fabric is irreversible fabric, means it is not identical from both the side. You can see the one color from the face side and another color from the back side. Then again, digital printing is also the one medium which can add the beauty into the weft knitted garment. Now, when we talk about the weft knitting, there is another structure that we called as a reap structure. So plain reap structure is also called as a 1x1 reap structure, and that reap structure, 1x1 reap structure, consists of alternately face and back loops along the width of the fabric. So that point is very important, because face and back loops, because in case of the double jersey structure, the arrangement of the loops are very, very important. When you change the arrangement of the loop, when you change the structure of the loop, means the design of the fabric will get changed, and it is in your hand, whatever the designs, whatever the needles, cylinder needle and dial needles arranged on a machine, the loops are arranged in a fabric. So the important thing about the 1x1 reap is that 1x1 means the one number suggests the number of face loop alternately arranged to the number of back loops, 1 in number. So that's why it is a plain structure. As it is called as a reap, means the vertically striped patterns are present in a fabric. So you can see here, if the fabric is identical, reversible from both the sides, and the vertical stripes are vertical lines is visible on a surface, then perfectly it is a reap structure. The ornamentation of the reap structure is same as that of a single jersey structure, means you can use a number of the loops in a combination, knit and tuck combination. Then you can see here 1x1 reap structure is there, 2x2 reap structure is there, 4x4 reap structure is there, 5x3 reap structure is there, 2x1 reap structure is there. Means there is no any limitation over the designs in case of the reap fabric. Now, along with the arrangement of face and back loops, you can also introduce the tuck loop and the miss loop in a reap fabric. So if you can introduce the tuck loop alternately in a course, so that kind of a fabric is popularly used in the apparels. That fabric is called as a half cardigan or the royal reap. So you can see here in a picture, the fabric is more porous, the fabric is more open, because as it is consist of the tuck loops in a alternate course. But that structure is unbalanced also. So to balance that structure, if we can introduce the tuck loop in every course, the fabric is called as a full cardigan fabric. So the structure is more dimensionally stable. It is less extensible because we can introduce the tuck loop here. So that's why that kind of a fabric is perfectly used for the outer wear as a jacket, as a body cover, because it has a very good dimensional stability characteristics. Now, the next double jersey structure is called as an interlock structure. that structure is nothing but, as the name interlock that define its own terminology. Interlock is nothing but the locking of loops of two 1 by 1 rib structure. So you can see here in a diagram, the faint gray color loops are nothing but the loops of one rib fabric, and the dark gray color loops which are nothing but the loops of second rib fabric. And you can see here all these two loops, black and white loops, are interlocked at a certain point. So that structure is very complicated to make on a machine. So there are very less design possibilities are available in an interlock structure, because as you require to make a plain structure, you require the miss cam along with a knit cam, because you have to alternately activate the needle in order to form the two rib structure. So only one design aspect is present in an interlock structure that we call as a 8-lock structure, and that 8-lock structure is formed by the locking of loops of two 2 by 2 rib structure. So you require total 16 loops present in a one repeat of the interlock structure. So that fabric is more stable, more tighter, more dimensionally stable, with a very good elasticity also. Now, the last weft knitted structure is we called as a pearl weft knitted structure. It is actually the reversible form of a rib structure. We have seen that in a rib structure, alternately face and back loops are present along the width of the fabric. But in case of a pearl weft knitted structure, the alternately face and back loops are formed along the length of the fabric. So that is the beauty of this pearl knitted fabric, because it is the only weft knitted fabric that has a very good extensible characteristics along the length. And due to this factor, these kind of the fabrics are used in our application areas where we require the extensibility good along the length rather than along the width. Because normally in our apparels, we require the width-wise extensibility. So that's why we have preferred the rib structure, because it has a very good extensibility along the width direction. But the pearl is the only weft knitted structure that has a very good extensible nature along the length of the fabric. So that's why this kind of the fabrics are popularly used in a children's wear and in a socks, leggings, then stockings, then hand clothes, then caps. So where we require the lengthwise extensibility more. So as similar to the rib structure, in case of the pearl structure, there are also the various design possibilities. That is 1 by 1 means 1 alternately face and back loops are formed, 2 alternately face and back loops are present, 3 by 3 pearl is also there, 4 by 4 pearl is also there, means there is no any limitation, but the limitation over their properties. There are, as you increase the number of face and back loops, means you are increasing the extensible nature of that fabric. So extensibility is limited, because in some areas we require the limited extensibility. So their designs are also limited. Now in a pearl structure, due to the use of double-ended needle, it is possible to knit a basket design by alternating activate the needles by the face loop, for the face loop and for the back loops. Now, there are certain advances happen in a weft knitting designs. For example, a jacquard by using the jacquard mechanism. But there are certain limitations over with respect to the design aspects. So the first advancement is the multiple cam systems in a carriage. Here you can use at max 4 cam in a one system, but practically 3 cams is most preferably used in a one carriage system. The disadvantage means disadvantage is that kind of a design is possible to create only for the double jersey rib structure. That kind of possibilities, design possibilities are not possible for the single jersey fabric because you require the double bed, double needles for the designing purpose. So with the help of these three cams in a one carriage, you can use the three different colored yarn to be fed through the feeder, and it is possible to knit a three different colored courses in a one right to left displacement of the cam. Then the second advancement is the racking and the loop transfer. There is also the limitation over this kind of structure, because for the racking and for the loop transfer, again you require the double bed, and racking is nothing but the relative displacement of one needle bed with respect to the other needle bed, and loop transfer is nothing but the transfer of the loop from the one column, from the one bale to the another bale. So you can see in a picture that the loop is one loop. The first course loop is transferred over the another bale, and a small gap is created in between the loops, and that small gap is be called as a hole. But that hole is not be termed as a knitting defect. That hole is used for a designing purpose actually. So you can see here, with the help of these two kind of the principles, racking and the loop transfer principle, we can make a designs like cable design. In cable design, the one loops of one bale is swapping with the loops of the another bale and gives the laddering effect, gives the spiral effect, snake-like effect in a fabric. So you can see here the loop of the third bale is swipe or a shift towards the second one, and the second loop is shift towards the third one. That happen only because of the loop transferring from one needle to another needle, and the shifting of one needle bed with respect to the another needle bed with 2 pitch, 3 pitch, 4 pitch, whatever may be. Now, these are the examples of the cable design. So you can see here in the cable design, the small holes are present here, formed in a fabric with the help of a loop transfer mechanism. Then spiral structure is also present with the help of a racking mechanism. Then pointille structure. That pointille structure is also consist of designs with the small holes, and that pointille structure is formed or made only in a double jersey rib or in a double jersey rib circular or flat weft knitting machine with the help of a racking and loop transfer mechanism. Again, I repeated that kind of designs means pointille structure, whether it may be the cable structure, there is a limitation over a type of fabric. That kind of structures are only available in a double jersey rib, not in a real pearl or not for the interlock and the single jersey. And the next one is a tubular jacquard design. It is called as a tubular jacquard because you can use the two different colored of a yarn, and use a check effect in a fabric. And that kind of mechanism, or sorry, that kind of design is possible only with the help of knit and tuck cam profile. Now, as we change the design, means we change the structure of the fabric, geometry of that fabric, means we change the properties of the fabric. So, as the property change, that application areas are also changed. Weft knitted fabrics are not only fix their position in the apparels in textile technology particularly, but not only that kind of fabrics fix their prominent place in the technical textile applications, particularly in a sport textiles. So in a sport textiles, what actually the requirement of the fabric means, the requirement is specifically the fabric should be the elastic one, has a good stretchability characteristics, good air permeability properties, and that two properties are prominently present in a weft knitted structure. So here you can see the picture of active sportswear. That garment is designed by the MAC, specifically for the active sportswear, skying for the for making a wearer thermophysiological comfort. The fabric, the garment should be the breathable. And one interesting fact is that in a weft knitted structure, the interlock structure is there. As I already told that the interlock structure is the locking of two rib structure, means it is a double cloth in a knitting. So it is possible to make a fabric in two layers by using two different nature fibers. You can use a hydrophobic fiber on the inner side of the inner layer for the one rib structure, and you can use the hydrophilic nature fiber on the outer surface of the fabric. So moisture, the sweating easily absorbed, easily evaporated through the fabric, and the wearer feel comfortable. It maintains the inner core temperature of the body. Then in a smart textile, it also fix their position. As the weft knitted structure is elastic in nature, it is more air permeable, so that the sensor that can be introduced to sense the physiological mechanism, metabolic activities of our body. That weft knitted structure gives a very good point to the sensors. Now, these kind of fabrics are also used in a shoe uppers along with the warp knitted structures. The pointel structure is popularly used here, so you can see that on the upper side of the shoes, a small holes, droplets are present, and that can be possible to create with the help of racking and loop transfer mechanism easily on a machine, and that fulfills the requirement, the basic requirement for the shoes, as it is more air permeable. It should be the abrasion resistant. Then it also used in a hand gloves, specifically in the cut resistant fabric. So in cut resistant fabric, what is actually the basic requirement? The thickness. So here we can use an interlock structure, specifically the 8-lock structure, that is a derivative of the interlock fabric that can be made by locking of the 2x2 rib structure. It has a very good thickness and good extensible characteristics. So these are the various application areas where the weft knitted structures, various designs can fix their prominent place. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, madam, for your knowledgeable insights and the wonderful session. I would like to ask audience for any questions, or shall we proceed? I think so, no question. Okay. Now it's time to start for the 5th and last session of this MDP. I would like to invite Professor Sadhan C. Ray, Professor, University of Calcutta. Professor Sadhan C. Ray delivering a lecture on topic process control in weft knitting. I would like to invite Professor Madhuri madam to introduce Sadhan sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Ray, sir. Sir was a former professor and head of the Department of Jute and Fiber Technology, University of Calcutta. Sir did his PhD in textile engineering from IIT Delhi in 1993, MTech in textile engineering from IIT Delhi in 1981, with first class and BSc in Textile Technology from University of Calcutta in 1976 with first class. Sir has 37 plus years of experience in teaching of textile technology at different levels of BTech program, MTech and postgraduate diploma, including guiding of PhD research scholars on regular basis. Sir has done a 4 weeks fellowship training on HRD at the University of Leeds, UK, and 10 days in the non-oven machine plant of Germany. Sir is an expert member in textile technology of the National Board of Accreditation India, member of the editorial board, Indian Journal of Fiber and Textile Research India, reviewer of Indian Journal of Fiber and Textile Research, Journal of Engineered Fibers and Fabrics, Journal of Indian Textile Institute, and Textile Examiner of IIT Delhi, IIT Dhanbad, MS University Vadodara. Sir has conducted 4 times HRD training program for jute mill technologists at Dhaka, Bangladesh on behalf of IJSG. Sir published more than 65 research and technical papers and written books on fundamentals and developments in knitting technology, jointly published by Woodhead Publishing, UK and India in 2011. Sir has received Best Book Award of the Textile Association of India in 2012. Sir also worked as a visiting faculty of CET, Bhubaneswar, NIFT Calcutta, JD Birla Institute, Calcutta, etc. At present, Sir is a chairman of Textile Engineering Division Board, IE, and chairman of the Textile Association of India, West Bengal Unit. Such an eminent personality is we have today for the expert session. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Ray sir for the expert session. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I am ready. So, can I start my speech?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, it's good afternoon to each and everybody from your end and those who are attending the program on online. So it's my proud privilege for being requested to present a paper by your reputed university, ANMIMS, and the Center for Textile Function. So in the very beginning, I must convey my sincere gratitude to the authorities of NMIMS, particularly to Dr. Arup Rokhit, and then your Professor Sujit Gulani, as well as Ms. Madhuri Kakde. So, being requested, I have prepared something for this particular presentation. I don't know what type of content will be there. Before starting the presentation, let me say a few words. That in the year 2012, the editors of the book Process Control in Textiles, covering all the branches, starting from fiber to finishing product. And that book was published by jointly Textile Institute, Manchester, and Woodhead Publishing, UK. So they got all the papers excepting the process control in knitting. Then one of the editor requested me, you will have to do it as well as you have to do it within a very short period, maybe 15 days or 20 days, because everything is ready, only that chapter is blank. Then I took the challenge. I contacted different research laboratories, Citra, Vitra, Nitra, and so on. Nobody could provide me with any data on process control related to knitting technology, particularly your weft knitting. Then what I did, based on my some background in knitting, particularly related to science aspects of knitting. I tried to write something. I handed over the material and it was published in the book in 2012. And before that, I published another book, that is Fundamentals and Advances in Knitting Technology. So combining the content of these two books, what I have written there, I have prepared this presentation. So if you just allow me the share screen is there. So I am, okay. Sorry, again, I am getting some problem.
Share screen option, sir.
Yes, share screen option I am getting. But while I am going to open the PowerPoint, okay, in that respect, I am getting some problem. So if let me try once more.
Okay. Otherwise, sir, if you will send the presentation.
Yes, I have already sent my presentation to both Professor Sujit Gulani as well as to Ms. Madhuri Kakreji. Okay, so let me try you once or twice. Then.
Yes, sir.
Can you see? Hello?
Not yet.
Not yet. No. Okay. So then please load from your side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But yesterday I could.
No problem, sir. Just a minute.
Sir,
We will
sir, just-
load from.
Dear friends, I will add one sentence more. At the moment, I am neither at my home nor in any office. I am in a marriage celebration party.
Sir, you can leave this part.
Celebration party.
You can leave this part as a content for me to speak in the concluding session.
Okay.
You know, by the time our technical team comes out with your PowerPoint presentations, let me share with all the audiences here.
Okay.
What is normally happen that if we have a marriage ceremony elsewhere in the family or maybe in your friends and relatives, so normally we shut down everything professionally and then go to that particular thing. I am seriously thankful from the bottom of my heart that Professor Ray, at a single call only, he agreed to that whatever happens, I will be there. He will be in transit in the first half of the program, so therefore, I am unable to do, or he said that I am unable to join you. But afternoon session, I will try my level best. He is around 300 and 400 kilometers away from his native place, where he has his own library and the connectivity in Kolkata. But he is now, many of you might be aware of it, the location called Vishwa Bharati, which is the Rabindranath Tagore's university. He is now there. He reached around 12 o'clock. But on the way also, he connected during our inaugural session. And now he is in an office where he has the connectivity and all that. Carried the laptop on his own so that it doesn't.
But Wi-Fi connection is not good.
Wi-Fi connection is not good, so it is not getting loaded. Anyway, I think we are almost ready, Madhuri. So, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you once again, sir, you to be with us.
प्रेझेंटेशन तुमच्याकडे आहे का मॅडम? प्रेझेंटेशन तुमच्याकडे आहे का? टाका ना व्हॉट्सअपवरती, टाका ना माझ्या व्हॉट्सअपवर टाका.
Mr. Patil is also there on here. Mr. Patil has a wonderful presentation. Patil sir, are you there on the line? I mean, I saw you sometimes before. Just a moment, let me check.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes,
Yeah.
visible.
Okay.
Okay, let me start. So, knitting to me, it's a magical technology of making textile fabric by interlooping one set of yarns. Started its journey about 3000 years ago for making berets, gloves, and stockings by using two sticks and hands, which are not possible in weaving. But presently, you can see some small items. Presently, in addition to two-dimensional fabrics, knitting can produce shaped garment and many other technical textile. A few are shown below. First one is the artificial fur we can produce in web knitting, circular web knitting. Then cheek garment, in which thread density can be varied from zone to zone. Third one is the sports garment, seamless. And fourth one is the artificial cardiovascular tube used in the heart operations. Next, please. So we all know the name of Madame Marie Curie, what she told about the research and other things. In her second Nobel Prize award-winning speech, because she obtained Nobel twice, no one can do much for the development of knowledge. Each one can develop some glimpse of knowledge which may add to the dream of yesterday. She tried to light a small candle. Even a small candle can throw light on darkness. In fact, she lighted a good number of candles. And science has great beauty along with great spiritual strength, can cleanse the world from ignorance, evils, poverty, diseases, wars, and hurting, etc. So we are to treat the science as the basics of each and everything, whether it is a technology, whether it is the arts, whether it is something else. So we are to study in depth, and that is the science. So please go to the next slide. Next slide, please.
Yes, sir, just.
Okay, so you can see my old one picture. I had a special relationship with that very machine that you can see here. So next one, please. Next slide, please.
Just a minute, sorry, it takes some time to go.
So I have already mentioned about the two books. So next one, please. So process control. Process control is the tool or technique or ability to monitor and adjust a process to give a desired output. It is used in industry to maintain quality and improve performance. Once the process monitoring tools have detected an out of control situation, the person responsible for the process makes a change to bring the process back into control. Presently, due to precise nature, online system of process control is gaining popularity. With the proper information and equipment, a small staff of operation personnel can operate even the most complex processes from a central control room. So next one, please. That is introduction to process control for few slides. Then comes the quality control in manufacturing united products. In manufacturing, quality control is a process that ensures customers receive products free from defects and meet their needs. For the purpose, effective quality control is very much needed in many manufacturing units, particularly knitting. And for the purpose, the manufacturer gets some benefits such as increase customer loyalty, gain repeat business, gain new customers from referrals, maintain or improve position in the market, improve safety, reduce liability, risk, contribute to overall positive branding of the products. Next one, please. The process control and quality control, two terms are running side by side. And for after the study, whether process control or quality control, we have to analyze the informations and come to the conclusion. So for the purpose, there are different tools. The most popular tool is the statistical tool. Accordingly, they are called statistical process control and statistical quality control. Now the activities which monitor a process in real time to prevent defects while a lot is being manufactured are known as statistical process control. In contrast, activities which occur after manufacture to keep defects from reaching a target by additional inspection are called statistical quality control. The difference is only of strategy from the perspective of target. Statistical process control feedback during manufacture prevents. Okay, no problem. Next is the quality control in manufacturing. No, please go to the next and next. Next. So background of process come back. Background of process and quality control in knitting. So before going for the process control or quality control, we have to develop some background. Those are to identify various input parameters which influence the knitting process and the requirement of tools. Next, to learn about the parameters or particulars of the fabrics or products which are important in end use. To identify the faults causing product defects, etc. To gain an insight of loop formation, that is knitting constants, rubbing back, tightness factor, etc. Next, to optimize input parameters for desired output, to redesign the machine parts in order to achieve higher productivity and more control of human being or knitting, to know the machine efficiency and environmental aspects. Next, please. Next slide. So now I will say a little bit about the science in knitting. Since the inception, knitting had been considered basically as an art of fabric manufacture, and the science aspects of knitting remained unexplained over the millenniums. It took about 2005 years to introduce some primitive engineering and technology aspects in knitting. In both the cases, science was there, but as mystery. Science aspects of knitting started to be unveiled and visualized by the knitters only about 80 years back. In knitting technology, combination of science and engineering not only deals with manufacturing of machinery, tools and apparatus, but also it helps in engineering a textile product having the desired functional properties out of yarns, which are basically non-engineering material. At the same time, process control plays a vital role in the manufacture of quality product along with other financial advantages, including science aspects. Next one, please. Fundamental knowledge derived from the initial study of knitting science, but that is the end of science. So what we learned in the very beginning, that loop length and loop shape are the two most important parameters of a knitted fabric for governing its physical and functional properties. Loop length is finalized in machine state and does not change during relaxation, but loop shape changes. Robbing back is an important phenomenon in knitting, which deals with mechanics of loop formation and plays the important role in determining loop length. The relationship between loop shape and loop length may be expressed in the form of simple equation. If loop length or any knitting constant is known, all other parameters of a knitted fabric can be calculated using knitting science, such as loop length, wells per inch, course per inch, stitch density. Many parameters are there. If any one is known, all other can be calculated because they are mathematically related. But till date, many of the knitters believe only courses per inch for quality fulfillment. So they do not bother about the stitch length or coils per inch or stitch density, this thing, that thing, mainly about the courses per inch. Okay, next one, please. Next slide. So this is a simple diagram in which you can see the robbing back. The concept of robbing back in knitting was first given by Knapton and Munden in 1966 for single jersey loop formation. The happening of robbing back in double jersey loop formation was established by Ray and Banerjee in 1991. So, suppose this in the diagram, so N1, N2, N3, N4, N5 are the needles. They are going downwards as per the contour of the cam for loop formation. So in the beginning, loop length is very small, partial loop, and in N5 say full loop has been formed. But as the needles goes downwards, the tension on the yarn gradually increases. But after N5, as it goes to N6 position, the length, the geometrical length decreases. As a result, tension on the yarn also decreases. So as a result, the next N4, instead of pulling the yarn from the N3, pulls the yarn from the N5. As a result, the length of N5 does not remain constant, it changes while the final fabric is made. So the amount of yarn taken by the previous, from the previous needle by the following needle, that is technically called robbing back. When it is snatching the some amount of yarn from the earlier needle. So it is happening, and that is the basic science of loop formation in knitting. Amount of robbing back may be 20%, 25%, 15%, depending upon the structure, yarn tension, profile of the cam, and many other parameters. So next slide, please. Next. Another parameter of a knitted fabric is tightness factor. Tightness factor is a number that indicates the extent to which the area of a knitted fabric is covered by the yarn. It is equivalent to cover factor of a woven fabric and defined as the ratio of the area covered by the yarn in a loop to the area occupied by that loop. So tightness factor can easily be obtained from the loop length if count of the yarn is known. For most of the plain knitted fabrics, flat or circular, the tightness factor ranges between 1.3 and 1.5 for plain knitted structure, and for reef, its value is lower, in between 0.48 to 0.67. So you can easily guess that double jersey fabric or rib fabric are much not compact, lesser compact or more fluffy. So next one, please. Next slide. So now, introduction to process control in knitting. The acceptability of knitted has a duty to ensure that the customers get material of a quality commensurate with the price they are paying. The manufacturer also needs to maintain a uniform standard of quality as well as to meet the required specification. For the purpose, effective process and quality control are essential. This can be achieved by regular checking and testing of the raw material, knitting process, and the finished knitted products. So the quality control system must begin with the checking of the incoming yarn and continue throughout the knitting process. The dimensions of knitting fabrics are determined by the number and size of loops or stitches per unit area and loop length. So a little difference in loop length within a fabric can produce appearance defect. In fact, the most important criteria of quality control in knitting is aimed at controlling the loop length, not the number of courses, loop length. If you can control the loop length, number of courses per inch will automatically controlled. So next slide, please. The structure and culture of knitting industry, particularly in India, are quite different to other textile industries involved with spinning and weaving. With a few exceptions, most of the knitting houses are decentralized and small scale. Although the knitting house have been achieving their own quality target through necessary checking and testing for years together, common standards and norms are neither well established nor readily available for specific knitting processes and products. However, in order to satisfy the quality demands of consumers, the manufacturers have to control some parameters such as GSM, width, and stitch density. That is the product of courses per inch and oils per inch. The quality of the fabric or garment produced in knitting largely depends on quality of yarn, knitting machine condition, process parameters of knitting, and ultimately the process control scheme adopted in the knitting house. Next one, please. So if you see the past, our starting material is the yarn. So we must check the yarn in terms of their count, strength, elongation, coefficient of friction, unevenness percentage, twist, appearance, bending rigidity. With the exception of coefficient of friction and bending rigidity, all other parameters or properties listed to be tested and verified. These parameters are common and easy to measure. Standards and normal measurement to draw comparison with are available for spinning. So spinning department, there is norms for 40 yarn, 30 yarn, whatever may be. So we can compare with those norms. Although the values of these parameters are usually specified by the yarn supplier, are to be measured to assess the suitability of the yarn for the purpose of knitting. Some change in yarn count or cow mixing will certainly cause variation in GSM and impact on the quality of the end product. Next slide, please. Higher values of unevenness and knotted yarn can result in various defects in the fabric, including yarn breakage and ultimately loss in machine efficiency. Combed and spliced yarn is recommended. Twist can affect the softness and absorption properties of the yarn. Air permeability of the knitted fabric and the comfort of the wearer. Generally, twist multiplier of the knitting yarn is maintained at a lower level than the weaving yarn of the similar count. The higher extensibility of the knitting yarn, at least equivalent to cotton yarn, is desired for smooth knitting. Therefore, the count, tensile properties, and twist of the knitting yarn need to be rigorously checked before the use in knitting process to confirm that the requirements are met. The typical values of the set properties of commonly 40 any yarn commonly used, that is 14.8 text. You can see strength, elongation, unevenness percentage, twist factor, and hairiness. The next one, please. The coefficient of friction and bending rigidity are very much important for understanding the mechanics of knitting process as well as performance of a particular yarn during knitting. The techniques used to determine these two parameters are likely to be mandatory in near future for the engineering of all kinds of specialty knitted fabrics or products. Higher friction means more abrasion of the yarn on the knitting elements, which may result surface damage of the yarn, including breakage. Due to higher friction, tension of the yarn fed into the knitting zone gradually increases and becomes too much at the knitting point. In order to reduce friction, sometimes waxed yarns are used in knitting. Yarn with higher bending rigidity needs more force for converting straight yarn into loops. Very rigid yarn is not suitable for knitting. Moreover, bending rigidity is related to the curling of the knitted fabrics. Next one, please. Next slide. Checking of knitting machinery. First is the stop motion, that is the yarn break and others. In case of yarn break stop motion, as soon as the yarn breaks, the machine stops automatically. The operator just repair the broken yarn and restart the machine with minimum stoppage. On the other hand, if yarn breakage is not sensed and the machine continue to run, the fabric will fall down and it takes a few hours to repair the defect and restart the machine. Machine speed. Machine speed shall be according to the type of machine, type of yarn, type of knitted structure, as well as shall be uniform throughout the process. Machine speed is also needed for calculating the production of the machine in terms of courses per minute or weight per hour. For various reasons, such slackening of the belt, jamming of machine parts, etc., machine runs at a lower speed and slows down production. Yarn feeding arrangement, including suction device, if any. In modern machines, suction device is there in the feeding system. Damage of the elements of the yarn feeder, wrong path of the yarn over through the various elements, and deposition of darts and flaps may result fabric defects and unnecessary stoppages of the machine. So next slide, please. Lubricating system, both manual and self or automatic. Proper lubrication of the machinery as per schedule provided by the machine manufacturer reduces the friction forces, wear and tear, chances and significant component of or equipment damage, and lower the vibration and heat generation. It results smooth running of the minimum downtime. As the oil used for lubrication could stain the fabric, it needs to be tested beforehand to check that the oil is washed out. Takedown mechanism. The takedown mechanism not only brings down the fabric, but also control the courses per inch in the fabric. Improper setting of the takedown mechanism may cause defects such as skew, horizontal lines, and dropped stitches in the fabric. So takedown mechanism must be checked and regulated to achieve the desired quality of the fabric. Next one, please. The most important parameter in knitting is the yarn input tension. Yarn input tension plays a vital role in influencing mechanics of knitting and the rubbing back phenomenon, which ultimately determine the loop length. Very low and very high input tension are detrimental for knitting. In general, loop length decreases with increase in loop tension and vice versa. Input tension can easily be adjusted with the help of yarn tensiometer, yarn tensioner, and can be measured with the help of yarn tensiometer. A new concept in this field is the incorporation of built-in tensiometer on every yarn feeder for continuous measurement and control. Yarn input tension also depends on principle of yarn feeding. There are negative feeding as well as positive feeding. Negative feeding, the tension fluctuates, but in case of positive, which is costly or complicated one, but maintains uniform tension throughout the process. Stitch cap setting. The stitch cap setting is the most important parameter for varying loop length in knitted fabric. Loop length always increases with increase in stitch cap setting. Circular web knitting machines are provided with a large number of stitch camps. The cam setting must be uniform across the circumference. Otherwise, an uneven loop length will occur and fabric will be defective. Positive yarn feeding help to achieve uniform setting for all stitch camps. If positive feeding system is there, that is helpful to give uniform setting for all the cams. Arrangement of a centralized cam setting from a particular point can solve this problem. In new machines, these things are available. Next one. Rate of yarn entering the knitting zone from every feeder. Suppose there are 40 feeders. So from all 40 feeders shall supply equal length of yarn during knitting. If not, then again loop length will vary. And if the rate of different feeder to feeder, fabric will be defective. So rate should be uniform. That's why positive feeder is needed. The takedown load, the checking and control of the takedown load is also important. Not only the mechanism, but load also, as it influences the yarn tension during the knitting process and the resultant loop length in the fabric. Higher the load means higher the tension and ultimately lower the loop length. Number of yarn feeders. So more number of yarn feeders mean more number of uneven feeding possibility is there. So in that case, special precaution is to be taken, whether all the feeders are properly working or not. So next slide, please. Yarn patterning. In case of using yarns of different colors or materials for making some pattern effect, the different yarn are to be arranged in the creel as per requirement. In case of any change in their position, the fabric will be defective. Needle gating. The order of needle gating also depends on the design of knitted fabric. If the order changes anywhere in the needle bed, the design will be defective. So tucking and floating arrangement. In many cases, tuck and float loops are created in regular pattern to make various derivatives of regular designs to enhance the aesthetic value of the knitted fabric. Therefore, it is also essential to inspect the mechanism of tuck and float loop formation at regular interval. Otherwise, defects may occur. Next slide, please. Next slide. So then comes the quality control of knitted fabric. So loop length, GSM, courses per inch, wells per inch, stitch density, fabric width, fabric defects, fabric tightness factor, yarn count, fabric construction or design, yarn type, fabric yield, etc. So time is passing very fast. So I am trying to make it short. So look, I have already mentioned about the loop length. Loop length can be measured from the knitted fabric in various forms by unraveling the yarn or by measuring the length of yarn entering by speedometer, and recent or latest technique is by image analysis technique. Next slide, please. So similarly, GSMs shall also be controlled, and here the range may be plus minus 4 to 5%. Courses per inch should be measured. Wells per inch should be measured. Should be counted. Those are very much important. But in industry, I have heard there is a thumb rule. The final fabric should have number of courses 15 to 20, maybe 15 or 20 plus the machine gauge. Suppose machine gauge is 24. So if the number of courses per inch is 39, adding 15, so fabric is okay. Or if it is by adding 20, 44, it is okay. This is the thumb rule. But irrespective of the count of yarn, type of yarn, many other input tension, etc. But if you go inside the science of knitting, then all those parameters are related, and we can have shown a small calculation. Generally, fabric width is about 30%. So considering 30%, the number of oils per inch in the machine while manufacturing is equal to the machine gauge. As the fabric is taken out, fabric relaxes and becomes width becomes lesser. So oils per inch increases than the machine gauge. Okay, so that we can calculate according to the scientific value. So in both cases, it will come soon. But common people do not go or follow the scientific principle, they follow the thumb rule. So come to the next one. Next slide. Yarn count and type. I was hearing just in the previous lectures, Ms. Madhuri was discussing these things, yarn count, type, etc. So knitted fabric structure, she was discussing. Fabric yield, we know, product in any production, there's a yield percentage. So in knitting, first of all, yield is much higher than weaving. It may be 95, it may be 98% also, the yield. Very lower amount of waste is taking place. Something is due to the end breakage and other things. And another one is the component is the due to humidity, either it absorbs moisture or due to high temperature or less moisture in the knitting house, the moisture content reduces. So in this, that amount comes as a waste in the calculation. So, but anyway, it should be calculated, and this yield is around 98%, and it is much higher than the weaving. So next slide, please. So there are many testing parameters of fabric. For fabric, testing parameters are fabric extension, fabric appearance, air permeability, fabric filling, fabric bow and skew, dimensional change, abrasion, resistance, angle of spirality, bursting strength, etc. If yarn is defective, there is, according to the type of defect, according to the defect in yarn, what will be the defect in the fabric is shown in the table. This PowerPoint is given to you. You can distribute to the others so they can see it. I am not going, time is running fast. So go to the next slide, please. Dimensional stability. I told you in the machine, dimension is something. When taken out, dry, relaxed, dimension is something. But when we treat into wet processing, scouting, bleaching, washing, whatever may be, in every stage, dimension gradually decreases. Even sometimes during end use also, it decreases. What we have, I think many of us has experienced it. So our manufacturer should give the weight relaxation in such a way that the customer should not suffer any decrease in dimension. But however, something is unavoidable. So up to 4 ± 4 inch in fabric form, 4%, and for the inner garments, which garment has already been made, that should not shrink more than 0.5 inch during use. So next one, please. Common sources of faults in knitted fabrics. Those are raw material, already mentioned, yarn feeding and feed regulator, machine setting, including pattern, climatic condition, extreme hot, cold, or humidity, that also causes some defect in the problem in the machine running as well as the final fabric. Machine maintenance also already mentioned, and something miscellaneous. Go to the next one, please. So I have made a long list, types of faults. I'm just reading the number of faults. Vertical lines, causes are given there, but you will see most of the faults are due to mainly yarn defects, input tension fluctuation, cam setting fluctuation, takedown load fluctuation, and so on. So please go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. One of the main defect is known as spirality. That is, if theoretically oil line and course line should be perpendicular to each other, one lengthwise, another horizontally. But during knitting, sometimes this relationship is not maintained. Either oils takes a turn, the angle do not remain 90 degrees, it becomes lesser. Similarly, course also, it does not remain perfectly horizontal. It takes a bias direction. So that type of effect is technically called spirality. There are so many reasons. If the spirality angle becomes 5 degrees or more, then it becomes a defect. If it is less, we can neglect it. But your main reason is the yarn twist liveliness, feeder density, tightness factor. Many parameters are there, but how we can remove? Mainly, we can remove by using the combination of Z twisted and S twisted yarn in alternative order, twist setting in autoclave by reducing the torque energy, that is, it reduces the spirality. So twist setting, twist is to be set, as well as using plied yarn instead of single yarn. But most of our inner garments are made of single yarn. But if we can use plied yarn, then spirality will be less. So next one, please. Next slide. Role of supervisor in process or quality control. Supervisor has a major role like in spinning or weaving department, but knitting out how many supervisors are there and what is their qualification, that is a big question. Supervisor has a major role in ensuring the required product quality is being achieved. Supervisor will be unable to play that role if firstly he is not aware of precisely what is required and the means of monitoring it, and secondly he is not convinced of the necessity for it. Even if the above conditions are satisfied, his efforts will be inhibited if he is required to devote the greater part of his time to other works which should be undertaken by service personnel. But instead of only supervising, he has given many other works, so he cannot carry out the proper job of supervision. So the supervisor shall be encouraged and made well familiar with the process and quality control. Next slide, please. Another study technique is a snap study, which I have personally done in my life in Baudia cotton mill, as well as in your Bardhaman spinning mill, of course, for a shorter period, about 6 months. The very technique of finding the faults in the process and to and prepare a guideline for the rectification in the process as well as in the product. So snap study system should be practiced in knitting too. It helps to increase the efficiency of production. So next slide, please. Next, future trends online. Future trends is the online process on quality control. The modern trend in process or quality control during knitting is the use of online system and computers. Online systems employ many sensors and or transducers to detect faults and deviation from the set values. This detection in the form of signal goes to the central computer, which processes and interprets the result. The computer then sends to the information to the controller, which are usually electronically controlled device. These controllers either control the process directly, stop the process temporarily. This online control system can be attached with a group of machines and can produce cumulative quality results covering any particular period. If needed, can be stored for future application. And some of the sensors are like this: yarn breakage and speed monitoring sensor, yarn tension monitoring sensor, monitoring of group needle selection during knitting, fabric quality monitoring sensor, that is loop length, machine speed control servometers, production monitoring and display unit, automatic lubrication monitoring and controlling unit, as well as needle monitoring and electronic needle selection device in case of electronic jackets. Next slide, please. Output. Finally, if we can maintain the process as well as the quality properly controlled, then we will get better quality product, higher rate of production at higher speed and working width or diameter, optimization of input parameters for desired output, product diversification for specialty product including human body parts or organs, redesigning of machine parts in order to reduce industrial hazards, newer type of knitting machine with automation and more human control on machine, protection of environment, that is lower carbon footprint, seamless garments, scopes of using electronic devices including CAD and CAM, ensure safety, automation, energy saving, etc., etc. Hopefully I have completed. So thanking you all for your kind participation and patient hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Sincere thanks to Dr. Ray, sir, for sharing his diversifying experience in weft knitting, each and every process parameters, how effectively controlling the quality as well as the productivity on the shop floor. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you everybody for giving me the chance to interact you people, because I had visited many institutes in Maharashtra, but not yours. And Dr. Arup Dokit may be knowing when he was the head of the department of VJTI, I had been there. So wishing to visit your institute in near future.
Sure, sir.
Sure, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Now it is a okay. Officially, the coordinator has to entrust me to offer both of thanks. Then only I will start.
Of course, being you are the
Yes,
dean
sir.
of the center.
Now I request our respected Dr. Arup Rakshit sir, Associate Dean, for concluding session and for vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you, Madhuri ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful coordination throughout the day, and that too with a heavy load of presenting one paper during this session. First, I should start thanking you in the beginning, and then I will move forward. And obviously, the focus moves to Dr. Ray. So thank you very much once again, because with your extremely pressed schedule, you have taken out your time and really given us an overall perspective about how the knitting industry functions. And I think it is more like your theoretical concepts, how it is to be converted into practice. That kind of concept we could make out. Although the practices like, process parameters, controls, quality, machine parameters, machine maintenance, all these aspects came by and large in various presenters.
In the new industry or new machines, using new machines, many things are there.
Yeah. So this is the point. And you have rightly said one thing which I personally believe before I put the comments to Patil sir is still visible. Thank you, sir. Mr. Patil,
Yeah.
you were online throughout the day. And I appreciate that this kind of involvement. Maybe I can take this opportunity because I'm more close in the age group to Dr. Ray. And I can see that Mr. Patil is a wonderful versatility in his professional approach. I will come to you, sir. So
Yeah.
the point is,
Thank you, sir.
The knitting industry is once again like what we normally consider about our textile production in the centralized and decentralized sector. I think knitting industry still could not come out of the shell of a decentralized sector.
Yeah, that is true.
That is true. I mean, if we talk about the trained personnel, well, you were talking about, Patil sir was talking about his experiences. I will now come down to the chapter of Tirupur and this 2010 problem, how Tirupur was about to collapse, and he was a witness for that. The time he was there, I want to listen from you, which is beyond the subject area, and that's the reason I am waiting throughout the day. And I told you specifically, sir, be there in the concluding session. Is the entire participants, the 65 participants are still there. They need to know that how the decentralized sectors consolidate themselves to the business, creation of market, production, quality, everything they manage, but they dwindle in some problems which is beyond their control. And that is what your ETP, effluent treatment plant issue, I mean the pollution related to the processing of knitted garments in Tirupur came in a serious way after 2009 notification.
Yeah.
So before that, I will just like to speak to Dr. Raya. Sir, if you were pressed with the time, I would like to express my sincere thanks from the bottom of the heart. If you feel like you may join your, or if you want to be there, then we will discuss about this particular thing before. It will take another 10-15 minutes, not more than that.
Yes.
Okay, so be there. Mr. Patil, your video, your camera is off. Yeah. Suresh, now this is your turn to talk about something what you had experienced during 2009-10 notification for effluent treatment control at Tirupur.
Yeah, this is actually what happened in the 2010 around due to the increased dyeing units, and it was still the awareness of the effluent zero liquid discharge. When we were in the West Coast, 2003, we were one of the pioneer in the effluent treatment plant and ZLD. But 2000 till 2007, till there were few units which can be counted on the finger, we were having ZLD. ZLD means the plants having, there are two parts in the effluent treatment plant. One is the basic treatment of the water, this is called ATP, where the discharged water from the dyeing unit will be neutralized, discolored, settled to the solid amount, and then it is just made colorless and it was discharged. It was being discharged. But still that water would be contained with higher TDS like 3000, which will be not good for the soil. It is okay for the plants like eucalyptus and all can be absorbed and can be work with that. But everywhere it is not possible to have the such huge lands. So as long as there were no restriction, the things were going on. And this was continued. And there were certain units like ours, West Coast, Shakti Knitting and Poppies were started with ZLD plants. By the time 2011, when the saturation became and some agricultural land was disturbed, the question came up by one of the owner. And this was taken up very serious issue by the time. It was a correct decision by the government and by the Madras High Court. And the reason was, if industry and life, the life is first. The life is first, the next generation's life is first. We have to think about the next generation. If we'll keep on continuing this discharge without taking care of the soil, we'll not able to provide a good land to our next generations. So it was prime duty.
It is in this context, let me ask you one question. See, there was a time about a decade ago, majority of the Tirupur knitted textiles or the knitwear used to be processed in Ludhiana.
I am coming to that point only now. When the situation went away to the higher level and the court decided to give the closure notice to all the dyeing units, saying that they have to either have their own ZLD or they have to give to the common ETP plant, which were having the facility of ZLD. Now, for everyone, one thing has to be understood. After the ETP, what the colorless water is coming, the only content what matter was TDS, the highly salt content. For that, we need sand filtration, ultrafiltration, and reverse osmosis. And even the reject of the reverse osmosis, which will be having high TDS like 80,000 and 70,000, was supposed to send to multiple effect evaporator, where the evaporation will happen and solid salt will be taken out back. And this thing, when suddenly stopped and the market was very high peak, what happened? 2007-8, there was a recession of dollar. The dollar went down to 34 rupees. But after 2008, it was come up to 2009-10, it was came to 55 rupees. So what happened? There was a boom. And ultimately at that time itself, this point happened. So what happened? Now the season of mango has come and suddenly we cannot take it. It happened like that. So there was no other option for the Tirupur people to send the fabric to wherever it is possible. I understood one of the Mumbai unit, he was telling me, the manager, that I met him in 2015, when he was telling me during that period, the gray fabric storage in the dye house was such a way that up to the entrance of the main factory, there will be the gray godown. The gray godown was increased such a way that. So, and because what happened, the first come, first out. So who went first to the Mumbai, who went first to the Amravati, they got the chances. When they got filled up, they said, okay, now next 45 days we have booked. Then there is no way. The people went to Ahmedabad, like Komal Tex, Bhumi, Arvind. When that slab was filled, they went to the next Ludhiana. So there was no way. And one important thing, flies, the people took the opportunity also in that cases. Some people did ethically, some people did non-ethically also. So there was a price chances of increasing the. Only thing what happened, the rule which was made in Tirupur was not same to that places that time. But I was sure that this situation by the 2024 or 23, I was telling to the people, one day it will become universal. And by the 2019 or 18, it was been declared that even in all the India now, any plant, even now Ichalkaranji also, there are 100 own units are there. But nowadays, in the last 4 or 5 years, any dye houses has to go to the bank. The situation in 2014 become like this. Earlier, people were having the money to take the dyeing machines. They were used to go for the loan of the dyeing machines. Now the time came that people will went to the loan for the effluent treatment plant. So that way, Tirupur, what happened? The big players and all, they started immediately jumped into the reverse osmosis. What are the capable people? They have done it. Like poppies, we were the second one to make successful and start the unit after 6 months. Then first one was the Royal Crossing.
Yeah. So you have rightly said about the CETP and the approach of the government support.
Yes.
Common effluent treatment plant.
Yeah.
How do you feel that the state, the Tamilians, and their approach to the business, as well as their approach to consolidate the problem, consolidate solution to a problem, how do they handle?
Yeah. See, as long as we are not in the need, see, there is one statement. Innovations, the base of the innovation is the need. The same thing was applied there. When we are totally stuck, people started to look into the place. When you are locked in the room, you will find the way to go out, which window is open, what to do. So similarly, people started, okay. Then they started to work out on the cost. How much cost is coming? Okay, 11 rupees per kg. How much it will go per garment? 3 rupees. They went to the buyer. We need this one. And European buyer, American buyer, they are always cope up with the compliances. They said yes. And this was the first step. And their mental attitude was the first that, okay, we have to do this and then start. This was the second. And the buyer's support was the third. And slowly what happened, those costs of the 11, 12 rupees, chronologically in the 2-3 years came to say 7 to 8 rupees. The same thing also in Ichalkaranji areas, also in woven garments is going to be happen. Everywhere it is going to be happen. So now what happened over a period, technology, when something is when something is grow, when the machineries are increased, the cost will come down. So automatically it happens. So that's how the Tirupur people, with their attention that yes, over 40 years, we have the exports. We have the name in the world. Not only I'm talking India or Asia, but Tirupur was on the map of the world for the fashion. So it was the association duty, Dr. Shaktivel and all other people, key people, they all decided and they all together took the steps. And individual also started to think. And there were seminars. And we used to think that people has to think really it's not the question of money. It's the question of next generation also. And that is how the things change. And slowly people started to invest it. And when the thing starts, it becomes easy. As long as we don't do something, it becomes difficult. But when you start doing it, array, this is very easier. It's only the setup. So now they become confident. And by the 2014.
Suresh, this is exactly what is happening for CTF also. When we started doing MDPs, then we started finding people like you. So the point is, exactly you said that when you were in the closed door, you try to find out the windows or the doors, whether it is locked or it is semi-open.
Correct.
So it's really fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Shaktivel is still associated with SIMA?
Yeah, he's associated still. He's with SIMA. I don't know exactly. Mr. Shekhar earlier was handling the A. Shekhar. He was handling earlier. As I said, his contribution to the Dr. Shaktivel sir's responsibilities were higher towards the internationally afterwards. And one more, Mr. Raja, Mr. Raja for I think Swasta, one of the company in Denmark or in the name of the company. He's the MD of that. He was also afterwards he became the chairman for that. So,
but is he with KTMA? I mean, Karnataka Textile Mill Association.
No. Who, sir?
Raja.
I exactly don't know because I left Tirupur in 2019. I came to Ichalkaranji. It's my native place. After that, current managemental things and all, I'm just a little bit not aware about it. But I was very close with Shaktivel sir and his son, Mr. Vignesh, was my boss, direct boss.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's good. Okay, madam,
And one more thing, the companies like Shakti Knitting, who is doing exports like huge quantities, and they also lettered to the initiatives, and there are different types of ETPs they did, ZLD they did, and such people, once somebody does, it automatically encourages to the other, and that's what happened from 2012, 13, 14.
Yeah.
And this is chronologically we came out of the 2015.
In my career also, I have been moved. I have moved in various locations like KTMA's program at Bangalore or Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
And all these locations, what I could find that they have, once I was mainly based in Mumbai, and when I exchanged the views and thoughts, a portion of my career was with Sasmira, when the technical textiles and other things were being promoted and all those things.
Okay.
When I reached those locations for the seminar, or it was the Minister of Textiles instruction to us to promote this particular concept to the entrepreneurs.
Okay.
Don't believe that both the locations, once in Coimbatore and in other was in KTMA, Bangalore, Karnataka Textile Mill Associations. In fact, it was not KTMA. KTMA organized it at Banari Amman.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Tamil Nadu's erode and allied areas, what you have rightly said in your presentation, those 8-10 villages, I mean, they are not villages today, they are towns now.
Now they become towns in a period of last 7-8 years.
The same thing, what has happened in Bhiwandi, how to weave a lungi. Normally, we think that it is not a high tech, but if you come to Bhiwandi, you will be able to realize that how the lungis are prepared and these burkha kapras are prepared.
Yes.
And
Huge.
What intricacy goes on in making those and how they are so value added.
Correct.
It is not a piece of 3.5 meter cloth, nothing else.
Correct.
So these kind of things, they understand more effectively and progressively. I mean, by the time you say them that, okay, this is a possible value addition, they say we have already done it 2 years before.
Yeah, that is the passion, the need, interest.
Yes,
that is also important.
They think for themselves also and for the business and the community also. जैसा आपने सही बताया कि वहाँ पे वो अगले जनरेशन के लिए भी सोचते हैं कि भाई ZLT करना है मुझे और दूसरा ट्रेडिशनली मेंटेन करना उनको अच्छा आता है. If I seen 3, 4 generation, the same business is gone. They are not diverted immediately. Although they face many problems. दुकान नहीं चल रहा है तो हार्डवेयर खोल दो, हार्डवेयर नहीं चल रहा है तो कपड़े की दुकान खोल दो.
ऐसा नहीं है वहाँ पे.
वो दादाजी ने नीटिंग मशीन बिठाया तो फिर वो पोता भी नीटिंग मशीन ही चला रहा है.
चलाता है. सही है.
इंपोर्टेड वो देसी था, अभी ये
इंपोर्टेड हो गया. पहले इसके पास दादा के पास विंच था, अभी इसके पास सॉफ्ट लो है.
ऐसा है. That's how it is.
Correct.
Roy sir, once again for your time, thank you very much. We will now close down on the session today. I once again thank all of you to be with us, all the participants, those who have made the program successful. I appreciate their presence. Thank you very much once again. Our coordinators will give you the feedback links. Then kindly put your feedbacks and the certificates and all other formalities, whatever it is there. Please, our basic purpose that you should benefit. Many of the chat box is full with that kind of compliments that, okay, the presentations were very informative and the presentations, obviously, this subject was chosen because this particular thing, if you look at in the textile institutes, we do not practice this subject, it's an optional subject. So that kind of importance, but if we look at the potential of the knitting industry, whether it is a small scale industry as a startup or an entrepreneurship, you can think of job opportunities are plenty. If you want to be associated with, you can, and so many other benefits. So, but create the platform so that we can connect with all of you and reach you with the benefit of knitting industry, especially Weft. Wait for I'd like to sign off for today. Once again, thanks all of you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Patil sir. Thank you, Ray sir.
Thank you, Sujit sir. Thank you, Profil sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, sir. Bye.
Have a nice time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. हो पोस्ट.
All participants kindly submit the feedback link. I have shared the link in the chat box. All participants kindly submit feedback. I have shared the feedback link in the chat box.